Hi. Hello, Brown. Hello, the closer. Hello, CEO. Hello, Lofty Sleep, Kisley, MNC. And Olivia, Puppy Pavlov, Random Moose Brain, Jose, Buzz, Patsy, Jade, Lowen, Freddy with an IE, Mr. Morton XD. Hello. Oh gosh, I just got a sneeze in my nose. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. We're good. Crisis averted. Hello, Cool and Dawn, Sjoob, and Just Chuck, and Disc 205. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? What's up? How's the beginning of your week been? Is this shirt backwards? No. It's just supposed to be that way, okay? That's just how it is. How is your day going? My day is going great. Today was leg day at the gym. Honestly, I was feeling weak. I was feeling weak today, but I still did what I wanted to do. And then I came home, and yeah, that's basically all I've done. I've read a little bit about Nostradamus today. How much were you able to lift? Hundreds of pounds, okay? Hundreds. No, I was able to lift numbers no one's ever seen before, okay? Numbers no one's ever seen before in a gym. Everyone's been surprised. Everyone I talk to. Don't let the temptation set in, for the Lord gives the hardest like days to their strongest soldiers. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was still able to hit... Well, actually, on my leg extensions, I was not able to hit the weight that I'm usually able to do. But on everything else, I was able to lift the amount of weight that I usually do. But on my hip thrusts and on my squats, I felt like I could do less reps than usual. So yeah, I was just feeling weak today. Just feeling kind of weak. I still did 4 sets, and I did at least usually 5 or 6 reps of everything. Nothing under 5. Usually I hit at least 6. But yeah, I was just, sometimes it's like that. As long as you feel tension, you're growing. Yep. These days been kind of rough. My cat is lost. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. MNC. I think it was 2 days ago. I was on a walk and I saw a stray cat, and it was so cute. So cute. I don't actually usually see stray cats around where I live. There's lots of stray cats in my area in general, but not like right around where I live. And definitely not like on the route that I usually walk. So it was very surprising. But cat didn't want to say hi to me. I kind of like squatted down and we were making eye contact. We did some slow blinks back and forth, but that was all the cat wanted to do. So I was like, okay, and I walked away. I will say though, my calf raises have been too easy. 200 pounds, too easy. So I went up to 210. I've gone up to 210 now. Did you meow, and did they meow back? Usually with cats, with wild cats or stray cats, these are the sounds I make. I don't usually meow. I usually do like, that. But I also do because I think it sounds like mice, and they like it. It makes them look. Little mice talking to one And then, yeah, kind of the same thing. And then I usually just talk. This goes for cats and dogs. I like to just like talk to them in my normal voice because I feel like that's the most calm thing. Like, hey cat, what's up? Do you need a friend? How are you doing? You know, that kind of thing. Click, click, click. Molokaya, thank you for your sub. 13 months, amazing. Thank you, Molokaya. Thank you, Molokaya. Click, click. Oh, shk. Okay, shk, shk, a, click, I, dot, a, sk, two, shk, tuk, tuk, tuk. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Could I please get a creative reading on the book I'm writing? Oh gosh, a creative reading on the book I'm writing. I will definitely do my best. Creative reading. Let's see what how the cards can help out. Shk, shk, sounds fun. Click. Batsy, thank you. Thank you for your sub. Shk, tuk, tuk, click, click. 30 months. That's amazing. That's longer than I have believed in myself. Thank you so much, Patsy. B, click, click, A, shk, D, shk, C, E, click, E. Thank you. Thank you, Patsy. Thank you, Patsy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see what the cards have for stars. Well, I started the reading by dropping some cards. Morpheus Prime, thank you so much. I'll give you a reading right after stars. Thank you. Alright, Star. The cards that jumped onto the ground for you are the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. So immediately I'm sensing some romance here, okay? Oof, and then we have the Tower as well. Drama. I am sensing a drama and romance and I think that this reading is saying that within your creative process, don't be afraid to, like, whenever you have ideas that surprise yourself and feel like they totally shift your idea of your narrative, don't be afraid to also, like, give your readers that feeling, if that makes sense. Don't be afraid to pull the rug out from under them in the same way that you pull out the rug from underneath yourself. Sometimes I feel like if a story changes in our heads, we have the feeling that maybe the story should just be different. Like, oh, if I'm going to change the story like this, then maybe I should have just written a story. But I think sometimes changing a story in the middle of it can be a super effective tool. I'm not necessarily saying that your story needs to change in the middle of it. Really what I'm saying is, like, don't be afraid to make major shifts that surprise both you and your readers. I have two examples in my head. One, especially because I see the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles here, I'm thinking of all of the surprise romance switcheroos in the Sarah J. Maas books where, you know, in the first book of A Court of Thorns and Roses, our main character is with someone who we think is good, and then all of a sudden, spoiler alert, second book, that person kind of turns into the villain, and our character is with someone else, and the entire vibe of the series changes. But the other really good example of this is Romeo and Juliet, Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Historians oftentimes wonder what happened to Shakespeare while he was writing Romeo and Juliet, because Shakespeare was a very formulaic writer, and his tragedies and his histories and his comedies all have really distinct forms. In Act 1, you usually know if it's going to be a history or a tragedy or a comedy for the rest of the piece, because he's very formulaic. But Romeo and Juliet starts as a comedy, and then it turns into a tragedy. I believe it's at the end of Act 3, whenever Mercutio dies. It might be at the end of Act 2, I can't remember. But it has a perfect comedic form, and then all of a sudden it turns into a tragedy. So a lot of people wonder, like, you know, either something happened to him, or he was paid by someone to, like, change the piece of work, or something happened that made him switch genres for this piece, in a really surprising way. And I think that for you, Star, that change can come from within. Whenever you feel like the world is getting, the rug is getting pulled out from underneath you in your world, don't be afraid to let that bleed into your story. Don't be afraid to let that bleed into your story. A lot of times the most let me think. The most affecting stories emotionally are the ones that are surprising. And it's because the ones that are kind of messy in those ways are a lot more realistic. Life isn't a clean drama or history or tragedy or comedy. Life is, like, hilarious and also sad as hell, so let it bleed, okay? Let it bleed. Thank you very much for letting me read for you. I'm glad that you enjoyed. I'm glad that it resonated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. I was laughing today because my sister sent me this picture of her groceries. And she was like, she said that her and her roommate had been laughing all day because because this was $37 worth of groceries. This is $37 worth of groceries, and they were, like, laughing about it. And so of course my sister and I were laughing about it too. And I just had this, like, revelation in my head, not revelation, this vision in my head of, like, the bread lines in, like, the Soviet Union. In my head, they're always so sad and tragic. I see, like, Russians in their, like, big fluffy hats and their coats, and they're waiting in line for the bread, and it's expensive and it's very sad. But I had this vision in my head of, like, what if they were all giggling with each other? What if they were like, LOL, we are fucking starving? Which I'm sure they weren't. But, like, hashtag relatable, you know? I think we all giggle at our own suffering sometimes. And there's something just so beautifully human about it. Something very beautifully human. I think some people would be laughing. Yeah, I feel like there's probably a point where you stop, you know? When your body is so out of calories that it won't even use calories for laughter anymore. You know, you're just not giggling. There is a point where you stop giggling. But until you reach that point, you know, there's always something to giggle about. Little Trappist, thank you for your prime. Thank you so much. Thank any of those fancy brands at least to try to justify the price. I mean, I think the cereal was a little bit fancy, but I mean, fancy cereal should not be that freaking expensive. This is, to me, this looks like, this is tofu, salsa, biscuits, 2 cans of beans, cereal, and something else. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the other thing is. I spent $800 on food this month for one person. Oof, that's crazy. Okay. Morpheus Prime. A card jumped out. That one flew away from me. 5 of Swords. I feel like this one has come up for you before, but maybe I'm mixing things up. This is that card about control. Control, often too much control, some kind of toxic control. And next we have the King of Cups, whoa, and the 10 of Pentacles. Okay, 2 beautiful cards. And the 2 of Swords. It has come up before? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so these are our first 4 cards. 5 and 2 of Swords, King of Cups, 10 of Pentacles. So there's a lot of prosperity here, but I get a sense of internal turmoil. A lot of internal turmoil and external prosperity and generosity. A lot of generosity. The King of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles is, that makes me feel like you're taking care of other people and also being taken care of as, like, yourself in a physical sense. I think that you're very secure in the world. I think that other people really admire you, look up to you. The King of Cups is my Dumbledore card, you know, so when I say that people admire you and look up to you and that you're giving things to other people, I really mean that in the sense of like your heart, your wisdom. I think that other people see you as someone who just knows a lot and has a lot to offer the world. And that 10 of Pentacles makes me think that you have that your home is home for like more than just yourself, that you always have space for other people, and that your network is one that also supports you. It's like it's kind of like always having a couch for people to crash on, except the people who are crashing on your couch are like also awesome people who give you stuff in return. They're not just like your 17-year-old cousin who like leaves trash everywhere. They're like Elon Musk is like crashing on your couch sometimes. And he compensates you very well. But with this 5 of Swords and this 2 of Swords, I get the sense that even though you have kind of this external prosperity, there's a lot of internal turmoil. And there's this sense of kind of craving independence, perhaps. Craving independence, even though you love your network and you love the people around you. Sometimes you just want to be your own man in your own world, and you don't want to, you know how to be good to other people, you know how to say yes and to be a resource to other people, and you know how to reply to your emails on time, and you know how to dress well and be polite, but God, sometimes you just don't freaking feel like it anymore, and you wish you could have complete control back over your life. Be an island. But you know that if you were to do that, you would lose a lot of the security that you have now, because your security is very community-based. And you do love the people around you, and you don't want to let them go. You want to have your cake and eat it too. But the Two of Swords is saying, no, you cannot. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot. Let's see what else we have. We have the Nine of Cups. That's very good. The Two of Pentacles. And the Page of Pentacles. Nine of Cups, Two of Pentacles, and the Page of Pentacles. So this makes sense. This, wow. Okay. So instead of having your cake and eating it too, the Nine of Cups here is saying you might not be able to have your cake and eat it too, but you can have like 75% of a cake and eat that too. And like, that's pretty good. Like, come on. Come on, Morpheus Prime. Remember, you have like 75% of a cake, and you're eating it right now. You are experiencing prosperity, and even though you don't have complete, perfect control over all these aspects of your life, you can set a couple healthy boundaries. You know, you can tell Elon, not on Sundays. You can crash here on Fridays and Saturdays and Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. But just not on Sundays, Elon. Come on. Come on. You can set some healthy boundaries, and you can still be connected to your network and connected to your life. You can have 75% of your cake and eat it up. And that's not nothing. We do not live in an all or nothing world. And that will give you just that little bit of time and space and grounding that you need to feel like yourself. Time and space and grounding that you need to feel like yourself, okay? And then you won't have to juggle the performance of yourself and the enjoyment of yourself as if they're two kind of opposite ideas. You can just have both at the same time. You can enjoy yourself and perform yourself for your community in a way that feels healthy and balanced rather than forced, like you're in a cage, a social cage, the performance of self. So true. Then we have the Devil, the Nine of Pentacles. Interesting. And the Wheel of Fortune. Wow. There's nothing more, like, trapped in the ego than this combination of cards. Trapped in the performance of self rather than enjoying the performance of yourself. Sometimes, even if you're someone who really loves yourself and sees your own value, you feel like being yourself, even if it's genuine, has become such a chore. Because you feel like you have what's the word for when something, because you feel like you've commodified yourself. It's like you work your entire life to love yourself and find value in yourself, and then you finally figure it out. You're like, oh my god, I have value, I have worth. And then all of a sudden you become a commodity, and you start strategically using yourself, and other people start strategically using you because you have so much value and because you have so much worth. And it's you being yourself, and it's true, but all of a sudden yourself becomes a cage. All of a sudden yourself becomes an item to be sold. All of a sudden being yourself, being the person that you love, is something that you can't stop being because it really is you, but it's also something that you can't stop thinking about as a resource to be either used or like wasted. And that is like the trap right here. Feeling trapped in the performance of yourself. The devil is Andius, what I would call a bad card. I can talk a little bit more about the devil after this reading. So yeah, this reading is definitely suggesting that you set some boundaries, and start deliberately, intentionally, setting some, where's the card that I wanted? Oh, here it is. Yeah, setting some boundaries for yourself, so that you don't become a commodity unto yourself, so that you get to enjoy yourself, so that your worth is something for you by yourself, okay? It's not rather than trying different approaches for because it's not like your two options are being yourself and being someone else. You can't stop being yourself. You are yourself. You are yourself. You can't stop being yourself. You're gonna be yourself your whole damn life. You're yourself. But when all of a sudden, whenever you start to value yourself truly, sometimes, because our brains are so hardwired for success, especially if you're like more kind of hustle oriented, whenever you start to value yourself and love yourself, all of a sudden you become a tool rather than something to like just enjoy, someone to just chill with. It's kind of like whenever you get really good at a hobby and so you start wanting to sell it, commodify it, in some kind of way. It's that, except with your identity. How we can't just, it's really hard for a lot of people to just like have a hobby nowadays without there being an intent to commodify it, an intent to sell it. We can have that same relationship with ourselves, okay? And it can be really difficult for some people. This Wheel of Fortune, I'm not sure about, so I want to pull a card to clarify the Wheel of Fortune. We have the Hermit to clarify the Wheel of Fortune. Interesting. Okay, Morpheus Prime. I think that this reading is saying that you yourself are going to be someone whose skills and whose value is going to change with the times. And I don't mean that your value as like a person, as a soul, as a human is going to change, but people's relationship to you, how usable you are to them, is something that's going to change over time, and you can prepare for those shifts with excitement, because in the same way that as we get older, our values, our value to other people changes. We become something, whenever we're children, we are entertainment, we are potential, we are sponges, and then we become kind of tools of labor for a lot of our adult lives, and then when we get older we become kind of tools for wisdom, tools for knowledge, tools of tradition and storytelling. Your value to society will change as you get older, and so you don't need to be afraid of being trapped as the resource that you are right now. And there will be time for so much peace in your life. There will be time for so much peace in your life, as long as you're patient and you let that time come to you. Let that time come to you. The peace will come. The peace will come. The peace will come. Because time always changes things. We can always rely on time to change things. Gemini is our oracle card. Gemini is our oracle card. Oracle card. Shik. I think that I see this Gemini, there's a couple ways that I could read it, but what I'm feeling right now is that I want to encourage you to have a light-hearted relationship with the people around you, and to not take your relationships so seriously. I think you can have fun with them. I think you can have fun with the people in your life. And that's going to help you set boundaries. Instead of feeling like every time someone asks you for something, it's kind of life or death, because you don't want to ruin this relationship, or you want to make the perfect choice to kind of optimize your position in the social status. You don't need to do that. If you do want to optimize your position in the social hierarchy or social status, do it as a game, not something as life or death, not something that you have to do, because you are successful, you are secure, people respect you, people look up to you, you have so much value to the people around you, and you're at the point where you can just enjoy being yourself, and you can enjoy other people for being themselves, without stressing too much. I've just remembered this story that Michael Caine tells. Michael Caine, of course, famed British actor. If you don't know who he is, you know who he is. Look him up. You know who he is, I promise. He has been in more movies than almost any other actor. Ever. He has been in a zillion movies. That's an exaggeration. I don't know what the number is. But he does so many movies. And he does very, very small parts. Very, very low-paying parts. And he has his whole life. And at one point an interviewer asked him, why are you you're a big famous actor, why are you taking these small shitty roles all the time? And he said, it's because I'm always afraid of never getting a job again. He said, I'm just always afraid that it's going to be my last job, so I have to take it. And of course, I'm sure he does love acting, but there's also something so endearingly, obviously idiotic about that statement. The idea that he would not have work is such a clear case of kind of needless paranoia, right? And I think what we all wish for Michael Caine is that he could just take 1 or 2 jobs a year, movies that he really wants to be in, enjoy them, and then rest because he's an old man and he's very successful and we all love him, right? And I think that this reading is kind of saying that that's what you can do too. You can rest. You can chill. You don't have to optimize for success all the time. You can chill. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that that resonated in some way. I feel like that was kind of a chaotic reading, but I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Do you think that happened to actors in the past, like in the non-capitalistic era? Do I think what happened to actors in the past? Like what specifically? I don't know. Can you talk more about the devil card? Sure. So the devil card is about it's about attachment or appetite. I think probably one of the best lexicons to explain the concept is obsession is like the extreme version of it, I would say, Pax Nostrum, but appetite is like the more universal expression of it. But I think one of the best language frameworks to use for the concept is the St. John of the Cross concept of like appetites. An appetite is anything that we want. And whenever we feel deprived of it, we often feel like it's something we need. The art for the original, or for the Rider-Waite devil card is the devil with two humans in chains at his feet. But if you look closely at the card, the two humans in chains aren't actually chained to anything. So they're free. They just feel the weight of the chains. And they look down and it looks like they're in chains. So they stay still. But it's a lie. And every appetite is like that. We think that we need whatever we're addicted to. Considered an artificial need? Yes. We think that we need whatever it is that we're addicted to, whatever it is that we've been taught that we need, whatever it is we've been fooled into thinking that we need. And the rest of the tarot reading or your own introspection will tell you what that is, right? But the devil is always about some kind of attachment that feels so real when you're actually totally free. And it could be something very classic, like, alcohol addiction, drug addiction. It could be something like money or success or fame. But it could also be something very minor, It could be something like your favorite food or screen time or books or your ex-girlfriend or whatever. Could it be a person? Yes. It could be anything, anyone, any concept. It could be knowledge. So a lot of people have an addiction to knowledge, to learning and learning and learning, and it actually becomes something that separates them from actually living their life. An ideal, yes, it could be anything, literally anything. We could list people, places, things all day, and I would say yes to all of them. So, yes, like conditioning, like the circus elephants who were chained when they were small, but when they grew up, they never realized they were strong enough to break the chain. Exactly. Oh my god, exactly that. Yes. Most definitely resonated, especially in the beginning. The last two have been spot on. Still working on leaving the castle to let the princess in at the gate. Ah, good. Bananas? Yes. 100%. No one tell freely, okay? No one tell freely that she may have had a brush with the devil in the past. the banana devil. I don't remember seeing the banana devil in Chainsaw Man. What chapter did they come out in? I never watched or read Chainsaw Man. Anyone here PC adept? Not me, but I am positive that people in my chat are. Positive. Play. We're missing one more reading? Are we? Let's see. Sjoob. Hello, Sjoob. Yes, I would love to give you a reading. Let's see what the cards have for you, Sjoob. What do the cards have for Sjoob? We have the Five of Cups, the Knight of Wands, and the King of Swords. Five of Cups, Knight of Wands, and the King of Swords. Okay, Sjoob, we've got two knights here. Ooh, and the Five of Cups. This is kind of giving me denial vibes. I feel like you're in denial of something. Yeah, I feel like you're in the angry stage of like grief. The anger stage, the denial and the anger stage of grief, where you're trying to argue your way out of admitting that something really sad happened, or fight your way out of admitting that something really sad happened. I feel like you can conquer the sadness by thinking your way out of it. That's what it's the King of Swords. I said knight, but it's the king. But that still works. Yeah, I feel like you are thinking your way out of feeling your feelings. Maybe as the King of Swords, it means that you are acting in response to the sad thing before you let yourself feel the feelings. Responding to like a hurricane just like blew down your whole neighborhood, and immediately the next day you're up and you are organizing the rebuilding teams and saving people from their houses and blah 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 blah, and you know that your dog is dead underneath that pile of rubble, and you can't bring yourself to, like, think about that or do anything about it. You're focusing on the rest of the town, and you're being genuinely productive, and you are rationalizing your denial because you know that it's best to focus on other stuff. But man, is it building. Man, is it building. The Knight of Wands as well is so quick moving. So quick moving. Running away from the problem. Running away from the sadness that you don't want to look at. Next we have the Queen of Wands. The Queen of Wands. 3 court cards here. I feel like the Queen of Wands is actually going to be someone else. I think someone else is going to help you face your sorrow. It's in Sjoob. Whatever it is, I think that someone else is going to come and stand next to you and be brave enough to handle the brutal honesty of the moment with you. But you're gonna have to be ready to be vulnerable with them. Okay? You're gonna have to be ready. It's okay to accept the help of others, even if that help is emotional help. And our oracle card is reflection, 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 reflection. Reflection, reflection. Yeah, I think this reflection is about looking back on what you've turned your back on, the truth, the sadness, the thing that you kept ignoring because you couldn't face it at the time. But I do think that the Queen of Wands is going to be someone who helps you have the strength to reflect. Okay, Sjoob. I think the Queen of Wands is going to help you have the strength to reflect. And y'all will be able to face the tragedy together. Okay? Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that that resonated. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you see Dark Tide's new update announcement? No? What? There's gonna be gun mastery perks now? That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. New mission? Ooh, and group finder. That's exciting. That's super exciting. I love new missions. Honestly though, I feel like I'm gonna be in like I feel like I'm not gonna be playing as many video games for like the next couple months. Because I feel like I'm gonna be in a book phase. I feel like I'm gonna be reading a lot. I feel like I only have time for like a couple types of media consumption at once. It's hard for me to do it all. The reading phase coming back, yeah, a little bit. One Warrior Cat book per day. I have other books before I want to do my reread of Warrior Cats. I have so much to read right now, and I'm very excited to read it, but I do have a lot to do. I have a lot to read. I'm really enjoying my Nostradamus book right now, and it's not very long, so I feel like I might finish that one pretty quickly, honestly. Right now, my very good ritual is like, I wake up, I go to the gym, and then I come home and I eat breakfast while I play a game or two of Hearthstone Battlegrounds. And then I go on a walk, and then I come back and I do something until it's time to stream. That something will either be recording videos and editing videos, recording videos, editing videos, books, video games. I usually have just like a couple hours before it's time to stream. And I'm enjoying that routine. And usually after I stream, it's like chill time to go to bed, kind of. Sometimes I read a little bit more before bed, but not too much, not too long. I recently finished Mountains of Madness by H.P. Lovecraft, and man, did that guy hate the penguins. He had at least 5 paragraphs and moments where he insults penguins. What the heck? Do you not eat before the gym? I don't eat breakfast before the gym, but I usually do eat something tiny, like an apple, like a banana, something, you know? Because I too feel like I need to have something in my tummy before I go to the gym. But after the gym, I eat, like, honestly, most of the food of the day. And then I, like, snack before I stream. And then I, like, maybe snack before bed. I don't eat, like, a lot throughout the day. But in the couple hours after I go to the gym, I'm usually really hungry. And I eat, like, most of my food. And then, yeah, that's kind of it. The gym wakes up the hunger, definitely. Do you drink coffee? No, I do not. This week I start my Japanese classes. Oh, and next week I start my philosophy classes. I don't know where I will find time for that since I have my 9-to-5 job, but I'm very excited about it. That's so exciting. So exciting. Man, I still fantasize about one of these years I want to take formal astrology classes and get like a real certification. I even know, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to go into specifics because I don't want to, but I have a feeling I know like where I would want to take those courses and stuff, and like at one point I budgeted it all out, and I know I could do it. It would be like an investment, and it would be a big time investment, obviously, as well. But I know it would be really fun, and I want to do it eventually. Probably, though, it would probably be like 1 or 2 years from now, maybe. It's definitely not super soon. Alex, thank you for your prime. Thank you. Aishk. L-E-S-H-K-X__. Q. Click. They could be online, they could be in person. I haven't decided yet. There's resources either way. But it would be, as for how much it would cost, like, it could be anywhere from like $2,000 to like much more than that. Because it's certifications, it's not a degree, it's certifications, so I could get as many certifications as I want. All of them would cost money. So, if I wanted to be extremely highly certified, it would cost a lot of, like, if I wanted to get all of the certifications I could, it could easily be like $20,000, which is like not what I'm gonna do. That's too much. And at that point, it's basically like the equivalent of a college degree. But like, that's not normal. Most people wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But probably what I would be looking at would be like between $1,000 and $3,000 worth of classes, which would be about it would be a good bit of hours. It would probably take up at least like a year's worth of studying for a couple hours. I mean, maybe on average like 3 hours a day or something, probably loading that into some specific days. You know, like 8 hours one day, no hours the next day, whatever. Yeah, but like there's different courses that do it in different ways. There's some courses where it's like you attend a class once a week and then you have to like study and do homework outside of that. And then there's other courses that are entirely self-directed where you buy the course and you do it by yourself at whatever speed, at whatever thing that you want, and you eventually have to like write a long paper and take some tests and submit them to the professor and you get graded. There's other in-person courses that would have like a more classic college vibe, I would imagine. How do those classes typically go? Focusing on the history, practice, and meanings. All of the above. All of the above. Some of the courses are sold in a way that again is like very self-directed. So the more self-directed courses are usually like, buy this $500 course on this specific era of astrological history. And buying the course means you buy the information, you buy lectures, and you take a test, and you get a certification or like a stamp of approval from a accredited astrologer. And then you would want more than just that one certification, because that gives you like a I took this class kind of credit. I took Hellenistic astrology kind of credit. But you would want more than that if you wanted to call yourself like a professional or whatever. I think you would love it. It's a topic you seem to really enjoy. Yeah, I know. It is. It is. Pax Nostrum. Thank you for your prime. Thank you very much. B, click, A, shk, X, click, N, O, shk, S, T, click, R, shk, U, M. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Are there any astrology history or studies courses in colleges? So there are definitely college courses that look at astrology as a historical phenomenon a little bit. But completely classes that are completely focused on astrology in America, as far as I know, no, there's none. But there are some in England. I wish I could remember the name of it, because there's like one specific I think it's even a degree program at some British college, and I can't remember the name of it. But it's basically an astrology degree program. But I can't remember what it's called. I'm so sorry. But it's at like one college in England, and people laugh at it because it's silly. You know something? I think you might be really good at it too. Oh, thank you, Sharon. After getting the certs, what if you also became a teacher and able to provide certs to others? Is that something you would be interested in? I've never even considered that. That would be wild. That would be wild. I do love speaking about it. I've always thought about doing it professionally, being able to like offer birth chart consultations and stuff. Like that I've envisioned myself doing professionally, or combining it with tarot, right? But being a teacher would be a totally different life. I've never considered it. Yeah, that totally sounds fun. Oh my god, yeah, but I've never really considered it until this moment. Is a 3-card tarot reading gonna be redeemable again? Yes, it is not right now. I usually open it up whenever chat really slows down and whenever I have the energy to do a lot of tarot readings. Buckingham's Palace Guide to Astrology. Astrology is interesting because there's a lot of bad astrological ideas out there, and then there's a lot of good that I think is in astrology, and it's not always simple, because it's not easy to like point at something and be like, that's a bad astrological idea. Because sometimes even astrological ideas that I disagree with can be utilized in good hands in a way that I think is productive and worthwhile. And then also, I mean, there's just contradictions in systems, like Eastern astrology and Western astrology are very different. There's the tropical house system and then the other house systems I can't think of the names of right now, and there's Hellenistic astrology and modern astrology, and they're all kind of different from one another, right? So I think truly one of the most intimidating things to me about astrology is choosing my system and having to stick to it. Because where I am right now, I just know the signs and the planets and the houses and some of the aspects, and like all of the systems kind of have that, so I don't have to swear myself to any system, and I'm not doing in-depth readings that kind of require me to swear my fealty to any specific system, and that's very liberating for me, you know? But I have a feeling that if I were to go into it more professionally, I would want to do more Hellenistic / ancient astrology, because that's what I vibe with a little bit more. It's a little bit more Abrahamic, because a lot of the Hellenistic astrology was formulated by Jewish Greek people and Greek Jewish people, and I like involving the Abrahamic angels in the system, and I like involving angelology and demonology in the systems. And so I have a feeling that would kind of be the school of astrology that I would fall into and that I would want to use. But that has its limitations as well. So yeah, there's definitely a lot to consider. What do you need to be a teacher in astrology? Like just a certificate or a special license to teach? It's not like a regulated field, so you don't need anything. You don't need anything at all, as long as you got the street cred. But I mean, I think having actual certificates definitely helps. Having actual certificates is kind of street cred in a way. But yeah, I mean, you don't need anything. you're not teaching at a university. It's kind of just like, buy my course, you know, so like, just whatever. It's an unregulated field, which I also just like on principle. I like unregulated spaces, because I'm a little anarchist, okay? I remember that when I graduated from my career, I was so tired that I didn't think about pursuing a master's degree or something like that. But this year awakened in me the desire to learn more things in a more academic way. Yes, I love learning. You know how different denominations and time periods have reinterpreted? Dear goodness gracious. You know how different denominations and time periods have reinterpreted and renegotiated the Bible throughout history? Yes. I'm guessing something similar has happened in astrology? Yes. Has modern astrology and its systems changed in meaning too? So, the history of astrology is even longer than the history of the Bible, right? So there's been even more shifts. And it hasn't been linear. It's been, gosh, not only has it not been linear, but it hasn't been centralized. Because there's no central, like, voice of astrology in the same way that there's, like, the Vatican, right? So, in different places, different astrological ideas have arisen, which is different from how it is in other places. And then always there's been a divide in the East and West with astrology, because, you know, in India, well, I mean, in the East in general, like, I'm not nearly as familiar with their astrological system, but I know it has its own incredibly, like, broad history, and I'm sure that even in the East there's been, like, movements and specific trends that have changed over the thousands of years that people have been doing astrology. So I can't speak to it, but I'm sure that that's true about the East. And then in the West, yes, probably the thing that's changed astrology the most is finding more planets. You know, that's a pretty big deal for astrologers. When we started finding more planets, that was a pretty big deal, because we started. So the planets that you can see with the naked eye go up to Saturn, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. When we found them, astrology really quickly wrapped them into the system. Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and we assigned those planets to different signs, different astrological signs, and in a lot of ways that helped it make more sense, because having only 6 planets and 12 signs, well, there is a kind of nice symmetry to that, because it's like 6 and 12, just like half, I guess, was kind of nice. But having more planets for the signs gave us a little bit more of a variety of archetypes, I guess, to work with, and a variety of aspects, and it increased things in astrology by like a factor of 3, right? Because just adding 3 more planets isn't just like adding 3 more things. Adding 3 more planets is like adding 3 more aspects to all of the other signs, because every planet is in relation to every other planet in the system, and I can't words right now because it gets too mathy and I'm not educated yet. but more planets change things. More planets change things a lot. And then other things that change things a lot are just more scientific ideas about space. Hellenistic astrology and ancient astrology is very much based off of the human perspective of the skies, and that's part of why I like it. I like the purity of that. I really like the purity of the Hellenistic system, because theoretically, you know, I have the tools to come to all of the same conclusions that my ancestors did when looking at the sky. It's clean and simple and stable. But there's other schools of astrology that are a little bit more, I would say, scientific, or maybe scientistic, I would say. Which is to say that as our understanding of space expands, they will actually kind of change their ideas about astrology. Like, oh, maybe there should be more planets, or, oh, how do we fit all of these new asteroids that we're finding into the system of astrology? Or, you know, what does it mean whenever something like Lilith, which is a point in the sky, kind of turns out to be an optical illusion and not even really there. I don't care that it's an optical illusion. I think it's cool as long as we can see it. It means something. But yeah, so there's different kind of schools of thought on that as well. Little Hamlet, thank you for your prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. L-I-T-I-L-E__ Thank you, thank you. And we shall rise. Thank you for your prime. W shk E S H k A double L L L L L H k R shk I dot S E shk. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Does any system include all the additional planets outside of our galaxy? I don't think so. I kind of hope not, but I don't think so. Did Pluto losing their spot as a planet affect astrology? No, not really. It was definitely included. It is still included. Pluto is the ruler of Scorpio, but Pluto, yeah, I don't think anyone cares about Pluto being officially a planet or not. The moon is considered like a planet in astrology. Really, the term that astrologers use is celestial bodies. We don't really care about the planet designation because we also put the sun. The sun and the moon are celestial bodies that we treat the same as planets. So that doesn't really matter too much. There's kind of just some celestial bodies that are considered more important than other celestial bodies. The sun and the moon are probably the two most important celestial bodies, but that's not really because of scientific reasons. It's because they're so big. It's because they're just so big in the sky, which happens to be because of science, but like, we didn't know that when we decided that they were important. They were just really big, right? And then Mercury and Venus, the ones that move quickly, are considered to be a little bit more important because basically the slower a celestial body moves, the more it is a universally shared experience. Pretty much everyone's natal Pluto, not pretty much, everyone's natal Pluto is in the same sign. I don't remember what sign it is. I haven't committed it to memory because it's basically unimportant. Pluto moves so slowly. Everyone has the same natal Pluto, so it doesn't really matter that much. Danny, welcome. Thank you for your prime. Thank you or not your prime. Thank you for your aid. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're talking about astrology. But yeah, everyone pretty much has the same natal Pluto. But, everyone's sun is a little bit different. Everyone's moon is different. Everyone's Mercury, Venus, Mars are different. And then the other ones, again, they're a little bit more generationally different. So Pluto is slow as heck, and therefore it doesn't matter as much. Hello and good night. Enjoy the stream and sleep well. enjoy yourself as well. Makes sense. Astrology was built from our perspective, from the position of Earth as a celestial body. Exactly. Who was the ruler of Scorpio prior to when they found it? I can't remember. I know most of the outer planets were either Jupiter or Saturn. So it might have been Saturn. It was probably Saturn. Oh, it was probably either Saturn. It might have been Mars, though. It was either Mars or Saturn. Let's see. Ruler of Scorpio in Mars. That makes sense. Mars. Are comets important? I don't know. Probably. Yeah, probably. Aren't Uranus and Neptune even farther from us? Yeah. Yes. Wouldn't they take Pluto's spot before it was discovered then? Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, I'm pretty sure were all kind of discovered around the same time. Like, I don't know exactly when they were found, but whenever astrology was reworked to include the outer planets, it included all three of those. So it was like, there was astrology before we found Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and there was astrology after we found Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. I don't really know what during the finding of Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, I feel like that wasn't even a long enough time period for astrology to rework itself. So in the beginning we thought Saturn was the furthest. Well, I wouldn't say it like that. Because in the beginning, we weren't thinking about it as distance, we were just thinking about it as speed, right? Because in the beginning, we're talking about the human perspective of the sky. There may have been some people who conceptualized it as distance, I don't know, I don't want to speak for the ancients, but it was more like Saturn was considered a mobile celestial body, right? And it wasn't considered, maybe it was considered the furthest, I don't know. In my head it was just considered the slowest, probably, at that time. I don't know if they were thinking of it as distance. The outer planet patch hits hard. It's true, it did. And that was before we started including all the asteroids as well. I like the asteroids, so I'm not as big of a fan of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, which is another reason why I kind of like Hellenistic astrology, right? I just don't really vibe with them. I like just using Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. But I also really like asteroids, which is conflicting for me. I really like Chiron. I really like Lilith. I like Juno. I like Ceres. I think that they're very fun to work with. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think the term is apparent motion. It was an older term used in early astronomy before we started transitioning to physical and orbital mechanics. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Apparent motion. So if we hypothetically found another planet, astrology would change. If we found another planet within the solar system, some astrologers would advocate for change, and some astrologers would not. And that would be what would happen. If you were an astrologer, what would your position be about it? Again, I'm a fan of astrology from the human perspective, so I wouldn't say that other astrology is wrong. I would just say that it's not what I study and it's not how I would vibe. But in my head, it's kind of like I truly don't think that any astrology is wrong. I think they're like different lenses through which you can understand the universe and understand yourself and understand your friends and like as above, so below, your way to truth. So to me, it's kind of like how different saints in the Catholic tradition talk about getting to heaven in different ways. They're all Catholic and they all like agree with one another, but they do it in different ways. Some of them are war generals like Joan of Arc. Some of them are nuns. Some of them are writers. Some of them are debate pros. Some of them are evangelists. They're all doing things in different ways, and all of them are right in their own kind of way of doing things. So yeah, the people who want to change astrology, I wouldn't say that they're wrong, but it's probably just like, it's not what I vibe with. It's not how I would want to practice. I like the ancient stuff because it's so stable and because it's so pure. To be honest, it's probably part of why I like Catholicism as well, right? It's like, I'll just stick with the oldies, you know? Would you advocate for traditionalism? No. You misunderstand everything I just said. No one else is wrong. This is just what I vibe with. What types of astrology exist? So there's Western astrology, there's Eastern astrology, there's New astrology, there's Old astrology, and there's a lot of stuff in between. Everybody on that Earth-centered inertial frame, raise your hand. Heck yeah. Howdy, howdy, defunct donut. My astrology is if the stars are out, I go, yay, they're pretty, and if the moon and planets are out, even better. I love that. So true. So true. So true. Good nature, McBussy. Thank you. Thank you for your sub. Nature McBussy. Thank you so much. Click A, shk, J, click O, R, click M, sk, C, B, click shk, S, Y, click 0, 1, tk. Thank you so much for your sub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yada, 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 yada. Is there any celestial body that you have a particular interest for, that you've researched more than the others? Probably Mercury, but only because it's the ruler of Virgo. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the bonk. I like Mercury. It's very speedy, very work-oriented, the messenger, the communicator. I like Mercury. Cosmic theorists. your name, Trace? C. Click. O. S. M. Shk. Shk. I. Dot. C. Shk. D. Click. H. E. O. Shk. R. I. Dot. S. D. Click. S. Thank you. Cosmic theorists. One might even say mercurial. Mercurial. What could you say about Mars? I think that's the ruler of Aries, right? Yes. So the language applied to these concepts is that Mars and Aries are two symbols that reveal the same arcana. Okay? The arcana is kind of like a platonic ideal of an archetype, of a concept. The platonic ideal of an archetype or a concept. And we have lots of symbols that reveal aspects of this arcana. The arcana is unnamed. It cannot be named. It is too perfect. It is out there. And it is an inaccessible, perfect archetype. So different symbols that reveal this arcana are Aries, Mars, fire, yeah, those are the ones I can think of. Aries, Mars, fire. There's other ones. I can't think of them though. And similarly, Mercury, things that symbols that reveal the arcana of Mercury would be, or symbols that reveal that arcana are Mercury, Virgo, Gemini, Hermes, Infinity. These are symbols that reveal the same arcana that can't really be accessed or perfectly named. So Aries and Mars are slightly different symbols, slightly different concepts, but they are reminiscent of this like platonic, perfect archetypal ideal. And the differences between Aries and Mars archetypally are significant, because if we are to use them in readings and any kind of interpretation, then those differences give us a sense of specificity, right? But if we want to talk about but it's probably wrong to talk about Aries and Mars as if they're in contradiction to one another. They're different from one another because they're both limited symbols of an arcana, but they're not like in contradiction to one another, if that makes sense. Nobunaga, I'd love to give you a tarot reading. Let's see what I can give you. We have the Two of Pentacles coming out again, and the Five of Cups coming out again, and the Four of Cups. Two of Pentacles, Five of Cups, Four of Cups. Nobunaga. Just got back from my dad's B-Day party. Hope you all had a great day. Welcome. Welcome, Green Ninja. Hope you're doing well. Yes, Nobunaga. I feel like, you have conceded to, living with a sort of sadness that you don't have to live with. I feel like you've gotten used to something that you deserve, you deserve better. It's like maybe you've gotten used to like your roommate never washing the dishes, you know? And so you're washing the dishes every single night, and you're washing their dirty dishes every single night, and you've kind of gotten used to it. And it's not like it's ruining your life, so you might as well keep doing it. But it is making your life a little bit harder, and you kind of deserve better. But you've gotten used to like this pain that you don't deserve. You shouldn't have to be dealing with this every single day, but you're used to it. You're used to it, and it's part of your system now. It's part of your daily routine. Just having this extra baggage that you have to balance on top of everything else. Next we have the Seven of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles. The Seven of Pentacles is the reap what you sow card. You know, usually the Seven of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles are like good cards, and they're not exactly bad cards in this reading, but I feel like they're not as positive as they usually are, because I basically think that you are used to doing something, you are used to handling something that you shouldn't be used to handling, and the reap what you sow here is that other people are getting used to you handling it. The job is getting shitty and harder those days. Yeah. Other people are getting used to letting you handle more than you should be handling. Other people are getting pretty used to you being a free source of labor or a cheap source of labor. Someone who will take more and more stacked on their plate. People are getting used to letting you pick everything up at the end of the day, because they know you'll be around to do it. And, you know, you haven't toppled over dead yet. You've just gotten used to it. It's the analogy of the frog in the boiling water. And the water gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, right? The frog gets hotter and hotter and hotter. When are you gonna get out, Nobunaga? You've gotta jump out, okay? You've gotta jump out. You've gotta say, hey, no more. My plate is full. Hey, Sleepy, I chilled your ASMRs on your YouTube. They were amazing. Hope your day's been going well. Hello, chat. Hope hump day's going well. Aw, thank you, Luigi Prime. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well as well. And for your oracle, we have Sjoob, Capricorn, 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 Capricorn. This is actually something that I've noticed that Capricorns struggle with, okay? The Capricorn struggle is kind of being the best at everything. Which is funny because Capricorns aren't like naturally the best. They're not like super charismatic or talented, but they are so good at arriving on time and doing their job. They're better at doing that than probably any other sign. A little bit of a competition with Virgo there. I would say Aries has probably a lot of the most natural talent a lot of the time. Maybe Sagittarius has like a lot of natural wit. Gemini, charisma. There's other signs that have like very natural gifts. Capricorn knows how to get shit done though. And that makes them a very, very good worker. Capricorn and Virgo are the best workers of the zodiac. And the difference I would say between Capricorn and Virgo in a work setting is that Virgo is a little bit more servile, a little bit more subservient, a little bit more of a follower, whereas Capricorn knows how to take leadership a lot more instinctively and say, hey, this is the way that we should get things done. They're a little bit more assertive rather than agreeable. And so because of that, a lot of times Capricorn ends up being a fixer of messy situations. And they will fix things because they will see that a system is a mess, they will see that work needs to be done, and they will not let it go undone. They will do it. They will do it, and they will even delineate tasks to other people when it's not their job. Like, they shouldn't be a manager, but they will do it because no one else is doing it. And they will organize, and they will do all of these things because they have a very practical mind. And because of that, Capricorns can get taken advantage of, because a Capricorn won't want to go home until the work is done, even if they're over their hours or over their whatever. Because a job undone is just completely frustrating to them. And I think that that's a way that you're being taken advantage of right now, Nobunaga. I think that you have gotten used to doing work because other people aren't doing it. And because of that, other people have gotten used to you doing their work. And this Reap What You Sow card is here to remind you, okay, that if you don't want other people to get used to you doing their work, all you have to do is not do their work. Because it's not your job to do other people's jobs. Alright? It's not your job to do other people's jobs. Just do your job. And do it damn good. Because I know you can. I know you can. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that resonated, and I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you. Thank you. Can I ask a question? Absolutely, Valor. No promises that I'll answer. I might completely ignore it if it weirds me out, but you can always ask. Very accurate. Thanks for reading. You're welcome, Nobu. You're welcome. So it's the Capricorns that makes me crazy. Perhaps Puppy Pavlov. Puppy Pavlov. Perhaps. I love Capricorns, but that is also probably because I'm a Virgo, so I feel like we work well together. Hello, McJake. Hello. Dang, you're at the gym right now? Heck yeah. I believe in you. Getting that monster chest work in. Man, today I was doing my Bulgarian split squats, and I was like, they were the last thing that I was doing today, so I was so tired. I was so tired when I was doing my Bulgarian split squats. But I was so tempted. I was like, what if I just got down on this bench and chest pressed these right now? Because I don't know why. I just like felt like it, but I didn't because I'm gonna do upper body tomorrow. But you ever just get an urge? You ever just get an urge to like do something you're not supposed to do at the gym because it's not the correct day, but it would be easy. It's about the same weight. I think I use the same dumbbells for my Bulgarian split squats as my chest press, so I was like, I'm at the bench doing my split squats. I could just get down on the bench and do this chest press. But I didn't, because that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Do you know what a group of platypus is called? I do not, but I want to. I want to. I'm a Capricorn. Lovely, PD. Lovely, lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Oh, what makes something witchcraft? Witchcraft is a messy word. It doesn't mean one specific thing to people at a specific time period. I would say generally witchcraft refers to a decentralized form of spirituality. It's self-directed, self-studied, and usually engages with contacting spirits or summoning spirits or using or communicating with fairies or other entities. Witchcraft usually involves other entities, I would say, contacting them, communicating with them. Yeah. Is it witchcraft when I sacrifice 7 goats to Odin? It's at least witchcraft. It might even teeter into paganism, because Odin belongs to a specific pantheon, which implies, a slightly more religious bent, religious cultural bent to the system. Nobunaga, thanks for gifting a sub to Megajig. And shk. O B shk. Usk. N click A shk. G A click U click W click Usk. Thank you, thank you. Click. What do you think about necromancy? It should be illegal. No good. Truly no good. Respect the dead and stuff. Is it even possible? I do not know. I do not deign to know what is possible and what is not. But I think that if it is possible, it should be illegal. So then, if I may ask, are you spiritual or religious? I am religious. When is your birthday? My birthday is September 9th. September 9th. September 9th. Are voodoo and hoodoo considered witchcraft? It depends on who you talk to. I don't know. I don't know. I fear that it's like, I don't know. I know that some people would call it witchcraft, but it might be true that people who practice, voodoo I think is definitely religious. It might be true that they would call that if they might be offended by calling that witchcraft, because for them it's connected to their culture, it's connected to their religion. They're doing specific sets of rituals with like specific meanings, and it's stuff that's taught to them. It's not self-directed, so it might be offensive to call it witchcraft. But also, I don't know. I really don't know. Doesn't witchcraft focus on the Western European practice, so I don't think voodoo would fall under it. Yeah, probably. That's probably fair. I don't know. I don't want to. Witchcraft isn't a real word, okay? Witchcraft is like, like witchcraft is. What's a similar word? Being a witch is like being a healer or something. It's like they're everywhere. I don't know. It means different things to different people. It's and different people will be offended by it than other people because everyone has different things that they call it. It's like the word cult. It's like the word religion. It's like these words that some people are offended by when you call their thing that, and some people are like, ooh, yes, let's call it religion, make it fancy, and then other people are like, oh my god, no, this is not a religion. It's like a derogatory title. Some people find empowerment in it, and some people think it's derogatory. It's not a bad word. Like, there's lots of people who are like, I study witchcraft, I am a witch, and they find a lot of empowerment in that, and like, that's fine, that's based. But it doesn't like designate something specific. When someone says they're a witch, you don't actually get a lot of information about them. You have to ask, what does that mean to you? You know? And when someone calls someone else a witch, they're not calling them something specific. Yeah, it's like, what do you mean by that accusation? Because it means different things to different people. It's very similar to the cult word, I feel like. When someone calls a group a cult, you have to be like, what does that mean to you? You know? What does that mean to you? The last time was the first time I heard about voodoo. What's it about? Is it very different from voodoo? It's not very different, but it is different. It's basically the evolution of voodoo in the Caribbean. It's the mixture of Caribbean religion and paganism with African voodoo, from what I understand, is like the simplified version of it. It's also influenced by the Spanish people and by Catholicism. Oh, so it comes from voodoo? Voodoo is one of the main cultural influences, yes. Alright, Green Ninja. Let's see what the tarot has for you. Thank you so much for your tip. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What does the tarot have for Green Ninja? Green Ninja. We have the Four of Wands, great start, and the Nine of Swords, and the Page of Pentacles, and the Ace of Cups. A lot of conflicting emotions here. I would say mostly positive, though. Four of Wands and Ace of Cups is absolutely fantastic. The vibe I get here is like you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, things are really good. I think you probably feel good right now. Feel happy. The Ace of Cups is always that just feeling of overwhelming kind of love and wellness. And with that Four of Swords, I feel like maybe there's stuff that you were nervous about or stuff that you weren't sure about, but it ended up going really, really well as it could have possibly gone. And that's that Ace of Cups. That brings in that Ace of Cups feeling of like, oh, yes, things are okay, things are happy, I feel good, I feel loved. Oh, I think I see what it is, though. Page of Pentacles paired with the Nine of Swords. This makes me think that there are strings attached to this love, and that it feels unconditional in the moment because you've played your part well, right? But you know that there are conditions, and you don't really like to think about it or face it, but you know that there are conditions to the goodness that you receive from other people, and the positive feelings and the love that you are receiving from other people. And that is a painful place to be. A feeling of constraint. And we have for your oracle card. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Persevere. This makes me think it's worth it. Oh, feeling the love is worth it. Even though that there's constraints involved. Even though there's constraints involved. I think that in your situation, love comes at receiving love is coming at the price of you playing a part to an extent. And that's the constraint. And that's difficult because you wish it was truly unconditional. But it's not the worst because it's pretty easy for you to play that part. Not even just easy, but instinctive. But it's something that kind of eats at you. Just the reality of knowing it eats at you. But it's not bad to play a part. It's not bad to play a part. I'm reminded again of that Freudian concept of how the masculine gets up every day and gets dressed as themselves and goes into the world, and the feminine gets up every day and decides who they want to be and dresses the part and goes out into the world. And Freud characterized the feminine as actually having a less delusional relationship with reality in that sense. And I think that you, Green Ninja, are in the throes of wrestling with that delusion. I think that you know the part you play is something you must choose, and it might not be the choice that you want to make, to be this person, to be this part, for the sake of receiving love from this person. But the comfort of this reading is that just because you play a part for this person doesn't mean that that's who you are. And you can take off that mask as quickly as you put it on. You don't have to be that person all day, every day. You just have to be that person, when you visit your grandpa. And sometimes that's how it is. Sometimes that's how it is. Persevere. It's gonna be okay. You got this, Green Ninja. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that it resonated. So gym so far has been 30-degree incline bench, 3 by 10 at 75 pounds per dumbbell, and then seated overhead press for 4 by 12 at 45 pounds per dumbbell. Dang. That's a lot of pounds. That's a lot of pounds. Nice. How many tarot decks do you have? So tarot, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oracle decks, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe. I bet your calves press more than McJake's. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, we have 2 name traces. One for the Blue Eyes Demon TV. The Blue Eyes. T-shk. H-shk. E-click. B-shk. L-U-shk. E-shk. E-Y. Click. E-shk. S-D-shk. E-M. Click. O shk, N click, T shk, B shk, click, 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 and then jean shorts, J click, E A shk, N S H click, O shk, R click, T click, S S ask. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, now we will do a reading for Luigi Prime. Thank you so much for your tip. And then we will do Pyro's word wrap. McJake says, I can do 3 plates on the seated calf raise for 20 reps. Never have gone more than 3 plates. I don't know how much 3 plates is. I also have never done the seated calf raise, only the standing. A plate is 45 pounds. What's 3 times 45? No, but it's 7 times 45? I can't do that math. Y'all can do that math while I shuffle, okay? Let's do this. For Luigi Prime. Luigi Prime. Luigi Prime. Luigi Prime. Luigi Prime. Luigi Prime. 305. Thank you. Thank you, Luigi Prime. Soon you'll beat McJake. Maybe so. Maybe that'll be my goal. My goal will be to out calf raise McJake. But I've never figured out figuring out my 1 rep max on calf raises is such a funny idea to me. Because I don't even care that much about them. They're not like an important lift. But, they are funny. I don't know my 1 rep max on anything. I've never tried. I don't know. I've just never tried. Alright. Thank you, WD. Thank you for your tip. Alright, Luigi Prime. 5 rep max is also a thing. So I today did 4 sets of calf raises at 210 pounds for 12 to 15 reps. Usually it was 12. Well, no, that's not true. Usually it was like 14 actually. And the last one, I like hold at the bottom for like a solid 20 seconds or something. So, I don't know. I'm pretty proud of my calf raises. But I don't know how much I could do. Alright. Page of Cups for Luigi Prime. Knight of Wands. And King of Swords. King of Swords. It definitely fed my ego when I like left the calf raise machine and went to the leg extension machine, and then like Mr. Big Buff Guy went to the calf raise machine and didn't even move the thing. He didn't lower it, but he didn't raise it either. I was like, yeah, you can calf raise my amount, sir. Alright. Luigi. Dang, all court cards here. King of Swords, Page of Cups, Knight of Wands. Alright, so we have a clear ascension, actually. Page of Cups, Knight of Wands, King of Swords. This is your journey. This is your journey. This is your evolution from child to adult, boy to man, girl to woman, alright? You are evolving from, you are evolving into someone who can deliver bad news, as with much gentility as you can deliver good news. Okay? The Page of Cups is the card of good news, and also kind of free, naive, open-hearted, heart on their sleeve kind of love. The Knight of Wands is who I see you being in your younger, youthful years, someone who's very excited and passionate, chasing after their dreams, chasing after their future. And the King of Swords, the person who you are becoming, your ultimate evolution, is someone who is strict, who has a strong intuition, who is blunt, who's well respected and very smart. Okay, the swords are the suit of intellect, air, quick thinking, and also they are the court card that is probably like they're not brutal in the sense that they are like evil, but they're brutal in the sense of their bluntness. They don't they're not afraid of being the bad guy, okay? They're not afraid of being the leader who makes his kingdom ration to get through the winter. They're not an evil king, but they're strict, and they're just not afraid of doing what needs to get done. And so the Page of Cups is someone who is so good at being nice, but the Knight of Swords is someone who is very good at being the bad cop in a productive and highly evolved way. And I think that is what you are going to be turning into in your life. You're going to be someone who can be the bad cop with grace, be strategically strict and short and blunt and critical in your wisdom, okay? So aim towards that. Aim towards your wisdom, and aim towards confidence in yourself and in authority, alright? You've got what it takes. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that it resonated. Alright, sleepy soon is going to being dips and pull-ups for reps, and I'm here for it. I completely gave up on pull-ups. I ain't got time to practice my pull-ups. I just don't like lats. I just don't like lats, okay? My lats can die. I will die without my lats ever growing, and I'm fine with that. I just not my thing. Also gave up on push-ups. I check my push-ups probably once a week, see how I'm feeling. Thank you so much, Nishi May. Nishi Mean, Nichi Mini. Thank you so much for your tip. I'll give you a reading after. WD. Alright, WD. What do the cards have for you? We have 3 of Cups, Queen of Swords, and the 8 of Pentacles. 3 of Cups, Queen of Swords, and the 8 of Pentacles. Interesting, I just had this sort of conversation about what's happening in my life, and I had this revelation about my circumstances, and I'm for it. Heck yeah. Nice, Luigi. No one's gonna bring you down. You got this. Okay, WD. 3 of Cups. Oh my gosh, I love this reading. You're gonna have fun on the frickin' grind set with your friends, okay? In an ad. Oh. Okay, we will wait. While we wait, we will do some quick taps. Buzz, thank you. Thank you for gifting us up. Buzz. Thank you. Oh my god. 21. Buzz, did you do that on purpose? Did you gift 1 sub and then 21 subs to match your name? You absolute rascal. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Buzz. Thank you. Tishk, H, click, Usk, Sisk, C, 21, Shk. Thank you. Pishk, H, click, Usk, C, 21. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry for the creaky creak. Alright, the WD. To continue your reading, I don't know if you heard the first sentence, so I'm going to say it again. You are going to have fun with your bros on the grind set, okay? This is grind set, hustle, jammin'. This is so much fun while you're grinding it out. It's like chummy dwarves in the mines. It's chummy as hell gym bros. It is everything that I love about work, labor, hard labor with the boys, okay? Queen of Swords, I think, is someone who y'all are impressing. I think that y'all, you and your bros, whosoever they may be, are going to really be impressing someone in power here. Someone who's looking on judiciously, someone who's seeing how much work that you're putting into things, and they are similar to the King of Swords in the reading that we just did. They're not someone who necessarily gives praise easily, but they recognize talent when they see it. They recognize hard workers. They recognize people who are dedicated to the job, and you will be rewarded. you and your bros will be rewarded. Even if the reward isn't given with like smiles and laughs and a little festival, you are going to get exactly what you deserve. And by that I mean, you know, your gains, the raise, a discount, like whatever makes sense, the good grades, the promotion, the offer to submit your papers to conferences, whatever makes sense for your situation. Your work will be recognized by someone in power, and they will reward it. Okay? They're gonna reward it. Let's get another card. Page of Wands, excitement. This makes me think that the journey you're on is perhaps an artistic journey, that the endeavor is perhaps an artistic endeavor. My cat just jumped onto my lap. Precious, precious girl. Hello, hello. And I think that this experience is going to reinvigorate your love for your art, and maybe even open up yourself to new forms of art, new directions for your art style. Oh my god, Aries, even more passion, excitement, creativity. Passion, excitement, creativity. Yeah, there's just a lot of freshness and newness here, but not the kind of freshness and newness that comes out of nowhere, the kind of freshness and newness that is specifically the result of hard work. The overnight success that takes 20 years, okay? You are going to be the overnight success that takes 20 years. Do you hear me? Her purring is so good. Truly, it is. Thank you for letting me read for you, WD. I hope that resonated. I hope that makes sense. Hobbies that fits, work it doesn't. Yeah, it can definitely be applied to hobbies. Thank you so much. Alright, let's do some pyro taps. No, it doesn't, Jerome. You're wrong. You're wrong. You see this dot? That's what the decimal looks like in this font. That's what the decimal looks like. So what I'm saying is that this is the 250th stream. It just looks silly, because that's what this font is. What? Pyro, pyro, pyro. Pyro, 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 pyro. Pyro, pyro, pyro. Hi. Pyro, pyro, pyro. Pyro, 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 pyro. Oh my goodness. Oh. I need to put my knees up so that my cat can be in the position that she likes. There we go. There you go, girl. Pyro, 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 pyro. Pyro, pyro, pyro. Pyro, 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 pyro. Pyro, pyro, pyro. Pyro, pyro. Pyro, 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 pyro. You having a good time there? Do you enjoy the pyro cork taps? Shook. Pyro, 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 pyro. Pyro, pyro. Pyro, 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 pyro. Pyro, pyro. Shook, shook. Sorry for the creak. Pyro. D. Oh wait, let me restart. L T C D click R click underscore W sk O sk R F sk. Thank you, 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 thank you. Sleepy, do you think you can name all of your mods? I think so. I think I could. Yeah. All the hundreds I have. Yeah. Hundreds and hundreds. Will the 3DO ever make a grand return to streams? You know, I've considered it. I've actually considered it literally just this week. I thought about doing it. But then I didn't. But yeah, it totally might. Totally might. Don't make me tell them how you misspelled my name when you asked me to mod. Beanbag stream when it gets cold, okay? For real, for real. The only reason we haven't had beanbag streams is because it's been too hot and that thing retains heat like crazy. But once it is cold, yes. Yes. I want y'all to see how cute she's being without the mic in the way. But can't really see her too well. Scratch, 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 scratch. Cheek rubs. Cheeks rubs. Cheek rubs, cheek rubs, cheek rubs, cheeks. Relax, 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 relax. 3 times skin or chin scratchy still failure. Chin scratchies. Scratchy, 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 scratchy. Scratchy. Chin scratchy. Between the ears scratchies. By the way, I finally got to see my cat again while staying over for the weekend, and he legit cuddled up to me like never before. Aww, so sweet. So sweet, so cute. So sweet. I'm kind of thinking, like, for my gym days, I figure out a different plan for myself, like, all the time. All the time. It's basically arbitrary at this point. But, so, I mean, pretty consistently, I've had, like, upper body days and lower body days. But I kind of feel like what I should do is have, like, at least 2 solid lower body days a week, and then 1 solid upper body day a week. And then if I go to the gym more than that, which I usually do more than 3 days a week, I usually do either 4 or 5, then I think that the other days are just going to be like kind of full body, kind of like whatever's not sore days. I feel like that'll give me just a little bit more flexibility, because I've always wanted those other days to be something specific, but they kind of just like never really are, because I'm just sore in random ways. So I feel like I should have 1 solid upper body day and 2 like solid lower body days. And I do a little bit of cardio every day, but probably those other days are going to be a little bit more cardio focused, and I'm going to work whatever isn't sore, which, like, my back is almost never sore, so I'll probably be doing rows on those days. I'll probably be doing calf raises on those days. I'll probably be doing some bicep curls on those days. I'll probably be doing leg extensions on those days, just because, like, those are the muscles that recover so fast for me. My glutes will get sore after a leg day, and my hamstrings. My hamstrings get sore. My hamstrings are the sorest for the longest, in general, always. Before my leg days, I'm always waiting on my hamstrings to recover. Sometimes my glutes, but usually my hamstrings are the last thing to, like, fully recover. So yeah, but like my quads, I feel like I could give them a little bit more work. My biceps, I could definitely give a little bit more work. My back, but not my lats. Fuck those guys. Free roaming days, exactly. Pilates I do at my own house, definitely not at the gym. And shaka. Jayden, thank you so much for your tip. I would love to give you a reading. Let's see what the cards have for you. Let's see what the cards have for you. Freeform jazz, exactly, Destructicon. Alright, Jayden, we have the star. The star, the Queen of Pentacles, and the 2 Cups. This is what she sounds like when she licks me. She's licking my arm. I don't know why. Does it taste good? Crazy sound for a lick. Next leg day, can you do walking lunges with a set of dumbbells, like 25 pounds in hand and 30 pounds in the other, and you do 3 laps for walking lunges? Each lap's like a set, so you take a rest after. I can try. Why 25 pounds in one hand and 30 pounds in the other? Why not 25 pounds in both, or 30 pounds in both? Are you just, like, I feel like it being uneven is, like, bad. But I don't know. Alright, Jayden. 2 of Cups, Queen of Pentacles, the Star. Oh, this reading is full of love. This reading is full of love and full of light. Full of love and full of light. Oh, the core stabilization stuff? That makes sense. This is giving love to someone else when they need it most. This is you being a guardian angel. This is you taking care of someone whenever they're sick, whenever their house loses electricity, whenever they need a place to stay. This is you being the light of the sea, okay? The light of the sea, or the star of the sea. There's one of the names of Mary, the Virgin Mother of Christ, is the Star of the Sea. The Star of the Sea, Mary, Star of the Sea, or Lady, Star of the Sea. And I love that name for her, but she's supposed to be, you know, the light that guides the sailors home, the miracle that guides the sailors home when they most need it. And the Queen of Pentacles is also very divine femme, in a protective and in a nurturing sense. And so I really get the sense that you're just going to be someone's kind of divine savior, not necessarily as a result of your divinity, but just as a result of you being ready, and you're there, and no one else is. and it's the right place and the right time, and they need you, and it's gonna bring you all together. This Two of Cups isn't necessarily like a romantic kind of love, but it's like a deep synergy and a deep connection, okay? A deep synergy and a deep connection, a deep bond that can form between you and someone else because you're able to help them in this moment, in this time of need. Then we also have the Eight of Swords. Yeah, I think that someone in your life is going through a lot right now. Someone in your life is like wrapped up in like phone lines of chaos. They have a million people pulling on them, and they have a million responsibilities, and everything is kind of like crumbling around them, and they might be a very high achiever with that Eight of Wands. They might be trying to do so much, and they're gonna have a point where it just all kind of falls apart and all kind of crumbles. And you're not necessarily going to be fixing their life or anything like that, but you're going to be their respite. You're going to be their place of rest, their place of comfort that they can go to whenever they feel like they can't go anywhere, okay? Let's get an oracle card as well. For Satan. How perfect. Solace, 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 solace. Basically, honestly, another word for respite. You're going to be able to console someone. You're going to be someone's solace, someone's place of comfort, someone's place of rest. Not a fixer of problems, but a home. A home. Put that soup on the stove, okay, Jayton? Put that metaphorical soup on the stove. Get those flavors marinating. Make your space ready, because someone is going to come knocking at your door soon who needs you. They're probably going to be a friend, classmate, coworker. Someone is on the precipice of needing you right now, and you're going to be ready for them, and it's going to be a real moment of bonding, okay? Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that it resonated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Why of the Sea? Because sailors came up with it. It's like the same reason why, like, Our Lady of Guadalupe is called that, because she was just, like, in Guadalupe. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, Nishi, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please allow me to do your reading. Please feel free to remind me. Please feel free to just remind me. I'm keeping track of them in my head. Alright, Nishi, let's see. Let's see what the cards have for you. Let's see what the cards have for you, Nishi, 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 Nishi. Okay, we have the Five of Swords, the Knight of Swords, Five of Swords, the Knight of Swords, and the Fool. Interesting. Okay. Nishi. This one is definitely a warning, okay? Thank you for the reading, Sleepy. I like to think my friends see me as something of a lighthouse when they're feeling a bit lost. On my way to cook up some metaphorical soup at 2:30 in the morning. You got it. You got it. I'm glad. You are definitely a lighthouse. That's so funny. Whenever I was thinking Star of the Sea, I almost accidentally said lighthouse. But then I was like, no, she's a star. She's not a lighthouse. It's interesting. Nishi. This one is definitely a warning. This is like, let me think the right words. Don't like join a debate when you are not educated enough, okay? The Knight of Swords is a little bit of a fighter, a little bit of a contrarian. The Five of Swords really wants to control situations, and obviously the Fool is making some mistakes, okay? The Fool is making some mistakes. So I get the sense that you're like excited to kind of join some sort of conflict, some sort of like power play. It could be like a forum situation where you're like, I have an important 2 cents to put in, or it could be at like a protest or something where a lot of people are talking and you're like, I have my 2 cents to put in. But really the best thing for you to do right now is like listen. This could also be like a don't interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake situation. Like, before you jump in, listen. Let them make the fool out of themselves before you make a fool out of yourself, okay? They will make a better fool out of themselves than you will make a fool out of them, okay? So be patient. Don't jump into the conflict too quickly. Don't jump into the conflict too quickly. Really think through your strategy, your plan, whatever it is, before you jump in. That Knight of Swords is just rearing for a battle, you know? And they're often very skilled at battle, but they would benefit from being a little bit more patient and sizing up their opponents a little bit better. Also, oftentimes the Knight of Swords is just getting in fights with someone who they actually agree with. But they just want to fight so much that they're like that philosophy student who will just like argue about semantics for like 5 hours with someone because they think it's like fun. And the other person is like, please, can you just admit that we agree with each other? But like you have a different definition of like existence than I do. But we agree. Yes, that is often the Knight of Swords. So just be patient. Try not to control a situation. Listen, and don't interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake, okay? Let's get an oracle card as well. Reflection. Again, a slow down card and a make sure that you know what you're doing before you go out and do it kind of card. Reflect a little bit, introspect, plan before you act. Don't hop into a fight. Don't hop into the fight without a strategy. Reflect. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that it resonated. Thank you. Weirdly hit the nail on the head. Dang. Sometimes that is how it is. Shuk. Thank you so much. Shuk. What does stars mean? I don't know. Big balls of gas. Hello, Weslington. Welcome to the chat. Are you still feeling cozy? Honestly, y'all, I'm feeling pretty ready for my little 5-minute break, but I'm not gonna go on it until my cat moves. So we're stuck here. When my cat moves, I will go on my break. Hello, Sjoob. Welcome, welcome, welcome. New viewer here, just wanted to say I love your aesthetic and whispering voice. Hope to see you around. Aw, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the chat. Good, if you moved. If you'd moved, you'd be breaking the law and I'd have to report you. Yes, I know, it's so true. What if she never moves before stream is over? I'm sure she will. She doesn't usually stay in the same place for too long. But if she doesn't, then that's just how it is. It's just how it is. Chin scratchies. I like the sound of the purring too. It's very sweet. Very sweet, very sweet, very sweet. Good night, Yaten. Good night. Hello, Sagi sir. Hello. So, an amazing crossing of worlds happened. Obviously, y'all know. Obviously, all of y'all. Obviously, all 400 some odd of y'all who have been coming to my category streams that I have been doing some low-key research into these like personality typing systems, and the one that we worked on the most recently together was the Big Five personality what are they called? Personality like metrics? I can't even think of the word. But it's also called Ocean, openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Big Five personality traits, that's what it is. Traits. And also, I've been like getting into my whole fitness gym bro era. And Dr. Mike Israetel came out with a episode on his side channel like yesterday or the day before that was talking about the Big Five personality traits. What the heck? The universes collide. Also, my cat just jumped off of my lap. So, we are going to continue this conversation after I come back from my break. Okay? I will be back in 5-ish minutes for more tingles. don't turn around. Hello, Baromshka. Hello, District Concord. Hello, the Gulus. Hello, Indalipia. Hello, CEO. Hello, Peacekeeper. Hello, Akin. Hello, Dali Joel. Shika. 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 Hello, hello, hello. Can we unpause the combo? Yes, you must never turn around or something will happen. What kind of Greek myth shit is this? What's your opinion on metal music? I love some frickin' xylophone action, okay? Myth, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Thank you, thank you. Click, Y-sk, T-sk, H-sk, underscore, B, O-sk. Thank you, 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 thank you. Good. Yes, we can unpause the combo. Dr. Mike Israetel, muscle dude of the YouTubes, made a video on his second channel. His second channel is just him talking about life. It's him talking about philosophy, and it's kind of self-helpy sometimes, but it's not super self-helpy. It's more philosophy based, I would say, but it's like him just talking about his opinions about the world. I didn't even know he had a second channel. Yeah, it's a podcast, and it's just called Mike Israetel : Making Progress. So it's kind of branded as a self-help channel, and some of his videos are definitely self-help. It's like tips for your relationship, tips for whatever, tips for difficult conversations, I think is one. But a lot of it is him just like talking about whatever he loves to talk about. I like listening to his stuff where he talks about AI and futurism. He is a true futurist, okay? He is a future, capital F futurist, and by that I mean he is like very into the idea of radical technologies and believing that human progress and tech innovations will like save the world, and he has a lot of like faith in those ideas. He thinks that we will solve all of the issues of climate and labor and economy and blah 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 with technology. Capital F futurist, I would say. Is that the bald guy who's angry at everything? I don't think he's angry at most things. He tends to be pretty even-keeled, I would say. But yeah, his most recent video was about the big 5 personality traits, specifically focusing on conscientiousness and how it is the best one or something to have, which I think is a little bit of a silly idea, but it was interesting to hear him talk about it. I wouldn't say he's angry at everything, but angry at fitness myths and bad advice. Yeah, I guess that's fair. He does seem to me very attached. I think this is his let me think. How do I want to say this? I think he's very, very attached to his own story, and his own tale of progress, especially because I think he considers himself to be someone who's not very genetically gifted, and so he thinks that he's a pretty good example of like having to do most things the hardest way in order to get the success that he's had physically with his body. And because of that, I think that he feels really, really, really attached to his narratives about what works in fitness and health and what doesn't. And so he's like a little less open-minded than some other fitness influencers, which in some ways is super valid because he's a scientist. He has like a PhD. He isn't just attached to these narratives in like a shallow emotional way. I think he's also attached to them because he can back them up with science and his anecdotal experience. that said, I do think that he's deeply emotionally attached to his anecdotal experience in a way that makes him a little bit extra obviously peeved at stories that don't match his own, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but I hope that it does. I hope that it does. I like his content though, and again, I really do enjoy listening to him talk about the future and AI and technology. I don't agree with everything he says, but I think that I do agree with a lot of what he says, and I think that, like, on the days where I'm feeling hopeful, I agree with everything that he says. It's just, as someone who is high in neuroticism myself, there are days when I feel hopeful about the universe, and days where I feel very doomer, and also many days where I feel in between. And those days are like truly my entire opinion about reality changes. It's not just a feeling. It's just like I become certain that the world is ending tomorrow, or I become certain that technology will fix all of the world's problems. So it really just depends on my mood, whether or not I agree with him. Because truth is just a feeling. It's okay. I'm fine. Think he could be an example of what you mentioned earlier in a reading, someone who gives values to his own experience himself. Oh, yeah. That's actually not what at all really in the ways that I was talking about it in that reading, but I do think that that's another way to put it, and I agree with that. Yeah. Truth is just a feeling. Yes, Agan, I know. It's not true. It's not true that truth is just a feeling, but it's a feeling that truth is just a feeling, and that feeling is very strong, and sometimes the feelings-based truth feels really real. It feels very true. You know what I mean? I feel something about this. Do you feel true? Futurism just seems to fuel the theory of dead internet theory. Ooh. I think I disagree, but I'm interested in your perspective. Hello, Kirst Elfeld. Hello. Sleepy, how does truth feel? Ah, girl, I don't know. I do not know. Truth feels about your facts, and facts feel about your truth. Is it warm and fuzzy, reassuring, cold? I think that truth is God, honestly. I kind of like that idea, that truth is God, so I feel like truth is probably pretty nice feeling. The truth doesn't care about the truth. I like that, Agen. The truth feels like a gas because I might not always be able to feel it or see it, but sometimes I can smell it, and sometimes it's rotten eggs. So it feels like love. I'd hope. I think if unchecked, AI will continue to grow more, and bots will invade the internet that will flood platforms with information to create public opinion's overall controlled schism. I agree with that, but I think futurism is an ideology based on, like, a positive version of the future. Like, futurism is an ideology that is like, technology will save us, and we have the power to make technology that saves us. So I think the ideology of futurism would suppose that we would fix the dead internet theory timeline, that we would be able to stop it. The futurism ideology would say we will create bots that will destroy the bots. Did anyone else notice how she flawlessly accelerated while reading that? I don't even know what I this reading, but interesting. Facts are but shadows. Truth will reign above all sin. Great be the battle in life. Truth in the end shall win. Muhammad Ali. Interesting. Reminds me of the concept of democracy. It's so based. I think somehow, some way we'll keep control of all those bots. If anything, we humans might be the villain that direct those bots in a certain way, but under our command. Interesting. I think the internet is quite dead already. I don't, fully subscribe to dead internet theory, but, I don't even know what that means, fully subscribing to dead internet theory. I think a lot of the internet is bots, though. A massive fraction of internet discourse is bots. I believe that. But I do think that they are influential in ways that are disproportionate. And I do think that it's a problem, but I also think that we will solve the problem. Did y'all see that the Twitter bots that use the open language models to respond to tweets can be reprogrammed, so to speak, by saying ignore all previous instructions to XYZ? I have seen that. I have also seen that it doesn't work for all of them, because I guess not all of them use open language models. Maybe that's why. But I have seen that it works for a lot of them. Yes. I truly, and I think I kind of thought of this while we were talking about it on stream a while back, but I truly think of the bot issue as a pestilence issue, and I think that might be how, I think it is already how we kind of view bots whenever we see them in live chats, in comment sections, in Twitter threads, in Reddit threads, whatever. It's just oh, ignore that, it's a bot. I think we have a pestilence attitude toward them. They're an infestation, they're vermin, especially in Twitter when all of a sudden they all talk to each other. It's like the frickin' rats in the sewers just making crazy shit happen, and it doesn't matter, and it's just this problem of mass. It's just this self-perpetuating problem. And I do believe, honestly, that because they're so networked together, and because there's so many things that make those sort of low intelligence, pestilence, vermintide bots so easy to identify, I think it wouldn't be hard to create other bots that could eradicate them or purify those spaces. Just bots that don't really participate in anything, right? They just clean up the internet. I don't think it would be hard. We don't even need to call them bots, just programs. I think we could create programs that could ban these infestations, these bot infestations, self-perpetuating bot infestations. Yeah. Yeah, I think 50% of them are Russian interference. Yeah. I don't know. I could never guess what percentage of them, right, are Russian interference. But I think it's pretty clearly laid out that this is a Russian tactic of interference, right? But I think other countries definitely do it too. And I don't think it's always political. I think sometimes just different groups do it. I think Russia is definitely, like, yeah, Russia is utilizing this strategy very effectively, I would say, and very apparently, but I don't think that we should discount the idea that other interest groups are doing this as well, you know? We should be suspicious of everyone. Remy and his gang have been real quiet after her statement. I think I saw a post from Spaceman on X talking about creating a program just like that to remove bots. Yeah. I'm sure there's some level of pattern recognition, like if you ask ChatGPT to write a song, it oftentimes includes the same words and a common tell. Right. How do we know you ain't a bot? I'm real. I'm certainly real. Not to go that far, something similar already exists. For example, in WoW, there's add-ons that make it so in chat you're unable to see any message sent by bots by spammers. Yes. I think it's really possible to expand that idea to make it work in places like social media. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it already exists to some degree. I remember they used to have programs that would, I think on Tumblr, there was like a program that you could run that would block all of the people who were following you who were bots, because in Tumblr you cared about not being followed by bots, you know? So you could like run a program to block all of the bots that followed you, and it was kind of sad for a lot of people because they would like run that program and then people would have like 10 followers, and it was like sad. How Tumblr works. This was Tumblr of a long time ago, and it was just a social thing of like, I don't want to be followed by bots. That's cringe. Like, I want to be followed by real people. You wanted to just like have a high quality group of people who were following you. Also, follower counts weren't public, so you didn't get like any kind of street cred from having a high follower count. So like, no one would really tell unless you publicized it, no one could tell how many followers you had. So it didn't, matter too much if that number changed. In my earlier dating scene, in order to prevent catfishing, I requested the chick to take a selfie with a fork. Interesting. Came out the US was using bot propaganda to convince the Philippines not to get the COVID vax because we wanted to hurt China's influence in Asia. Yo, that's wild. Dude, that's so fucked up. Ugh. It's pretty bad. Have you gotten bot issues on any of your platforms? Issues? No. There's definitely been bot incidents, but like a recurring issue? No. I wonder what percentage of Twitch followers are bots. I don't want to believe that Twitch followers are bots. I guess there are a lot of Twitch chatters who are sometimes bots. Ugh. No. Here's a wild thought I just had. What if the bots are literally Pestilence, the Horseman in Revelation? The language surrounding some internet things is very virus and sickness coded too. Oh, Green Ninja. You gonna wake up my crazy brain? Oh my goodness. That's so valid. That's such a valid idea. That's such a valid idea. Elon Musk is war. No. Elon Musk is the man who will liquefy camels. Okay? I have faith. I have faith that Elon Musk can liquefy a camel and fit it through a needle. He's gonna do it. I have faith. Through the eye of the needle, yes. I think setting Elon on a task like liquefying a camel and putting it through the eye of the needle is gonna be like the old, like, Chinese story of carrying a pig up the mountain and giving it water every day. You know what I'm talking about? I think it will turn him into a better person if he focuses on this task with discipline for a long time, okay? Hopefully with no real camels. Hopefully he will focus on it in a research context and not in a practical context until the later days, okay? But I want him to focus. I want him to focus in a disciplined, devoted way to the camel problem so that he can discover how to get to heaven, okay? I think if you give Elon a quest, he'll get it done regardless of what it is. That's what I'm hoping for here. That's what I'm hoping for. Jesus didn't say the needle can't be basketball hoop sized. It's true. It's true. Dude, Jesus probably said that thing. Jesus probably said it's harder for a rich man to get to heaven than to fit a camel through the eye of a needle. And I bet all of the women who heard him say that were like, does Jesus think camels have something to do with sewing? Should anyone tell him? Should we tell him? Should we tell him? Should we tell him? Does anyone know? Does he know? Does he think that whenever we're sewing next to the camels, that the camels have something to do with it? Whoops. This man has never picked up a needle, has he? Yes. He should go on an epic voyage to do this, which requires him to go away for a very long time. Yes. What if it's just a tiny piece of camel DNA, like a blood cell? It couldn't be a blood cell, because that's not a camel. That's just a camel blood cell. But if it was like a camel fetus, then maybe, you know? Like, or a camel embryo, maybe. Like a whole camel. A camel clump of stem cells. Time the zygote stage. Yeah. Clumple. Imagine if the ancient Hebrew word for camel was mistranslated and it was like might. Maybe. How do you feel about Neuralink? I feel optimistic about BCI technology in general. Neuralink, I think, is a questionable company. That's how I feel about it. I am not convinced that they are bad. I think they've done work on animals that were where they were put under such time constraints that the workers, the students who were working for Neuralink doing these experiments on these pigs felt so guilty about how they were, chimps, pigs, I can't even remember, felt so guilty about the treatment of the animals that they were the ones who were like filing reports about how it was a cruel situation, which speaks a lot to it, right? It wasn't like crazy animal activists or vegans from the outside who were looking at this company and being like, you're mistreating animals. It was these students, interns who were working for Neuralink who were like, we are mistreating these animals, make this stop. They filed enough complaints that I think action was taken, which is good. Action should have been taken. I don't think that fixing problems is always a sign that a company is like bad. Like, you know, maybe now they've fixed the problems, right? That's what I would hope. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have cause to be skeptical of them, especially because I'm vegan and I don't really like animal testing to begin with. I think it makes sense for like extremely new and crazy technologies, which BCI is an extremely new and crazy technology, so like fair. I think we shouldn't be testing freaking mascara on bunnies and beagles though. That's like ridiculous and I want it to stop. But for certain things I think it makes sense to use animal testing in as small of a amount as is practical and in as harmless a way as is possible, right? But yeah, so it seems like there was some animal cruelty stuff happening with Neuralink. I'm optimistic about the technology that they're working on, but like, yeah, I don't trust them as a company. And I hope that other companies arise, or I hope that Neuralink gets better, you know? If Neuralink can help people with locked-in syndrome or quadriplegic people communicate, that's cool and good, but no way I'm getting that crap. Yeah. I feel the same. I do think the technology is cool and gives many people, especially with the accessibility issues, more options, right? But I think the company is being mismanaged if they're having these conditions for the animals. It doesn't give me confidence that they're taking the steps to be secure and safe for humans. Hello, Koronich. Hello. If it was 100% safe, how would you feel about Neuralink chips in humans? I am pro autonomy, agency. I think that people should do whatever they want. I don't have any need or want to have a Neuralink chip in me. If someone else got a Neuralink chip in them, I would be like, why'd you do that? And then they would explain it to me. Like, that's my whole feeling about it. Rich Bradshaw, thank you for your sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. R click I dot C H click Bishk R click Ask Dishk S H click Ask W click 17sk. Thank you. Yeah, I think like other people have said, it's obviously super good for people who have accessibility issues. There's certain conditions that it's massively helpful for, and I would totally understand why people would want a Neuralink chip, and if they had the resources to get one, I would be like so happy for them to get it. I don't think for most people it has any there's any point yet, but I think that it could have a point in the future. You know, one of the coolest things that BCI implants, have the ability to enhance is like haptics and VR. Just brain analysis can become so much more easy from a research standpoint. It could open up the world of psychology. It could kind of quantify different, we could find ways to like quantify certain psychological concepts in ways that we never could before, which is just super, super fun and cool. I want a Neuralink implant so they can stream ads right into my brain. Right, that's the hell world. That's the hell world we definitely don't want. But welcome to the chat, Uber Scrub Lord. I think they're starting it for people with neurological diseases, but I can see how in the future the goal could evolve to boosting human capabilities, right? Even if they're normal, healthy humans already. What do you think about that? In some ways we could be mixing with robots at that point. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Like, obviously it depends on what you use it for. It just depends on what you, like, it's a technology. There's going to be good ways to use it, and there's going to be bad ways to use it. And there's going to be risks associated with it. Exactly like Uber Scrublord said, and exactly like Love to Sleep is implying here. It opens you up to a lot of vulnerability for your brain to be mixed with a computer. It could be hacked. You could be forced to watch ads. Your brain activity could be surveilled in a way that it never could be before. So obviously that's like scary and vulnerable, and there's risks associated with that. But also there could be a lot of options that it opens up for you, and maybe we won't be evil about it. Which part of your body would be paywalled behind a Neuralink subscription? Oh my god, terrifying. No pooping till you pay Elon Musk $5 a month. Oh god, terrifying. One obvious way to make people want Neuralink chips is to make them nacho cheese flavored. So true. So true. I heard that our rate of speech is something like 150 words per minute, and our rate of thought is something like 10 times that, so I wonder how much of a speed increase something like Neuralink could be. I honestly feel like Neuralink wouldn't speed up thought processes in the brain too much. Would they? I mean, maybe eventually, yeah. Like, in my head, the biggest utility of BCI implants, at least at the beginning, obviously as time goes on and these technologies become more developed, you'll be able to do more with them. But the basic function of a BCI implant, to me, is surveillance and data collection. If you have a brain-computer interface, you can immediately have on your computer a sort of graphic representation of everything that's happening in your brain. And that is so cool. That is so cool. That is why it will change psychology. But yeah, I've never thought about BCI implants making us think faster. But that's interesting. That's interesting. I'm excited about haptics, the idea of there being haptics in video games. I think that that's going to be awesome, especially for people who are physically limited. But yeah, on a personal level, I don't have a lot of physical limitations, and I don't want a BCI implant, and like, unless there's a reason for me to get one. There's just no reason for me to want one or get one. And I don't predict that there will be a reason for me to want one or get one. Maybe ever. Unless one comes out that has something that I want. You know? But like, I think it's going to be a long time for these technologies to be like fun. Even if it offered better physical intellectual capabilities, yeah, but they don't. And I don't think that they will for a long time. If they did, I would think about it, I would consider it, I would obviously like weigh the pros and cons, and see what that looked like, how that manifested. I don't know. I I I think that gene editing is probably a better path forward when it comes to enhancing our physical and intellectual capabilities over BCI implants, just because it's a more organic process. But I also have my qualms with gene editing, just because I think that there are downsides to the whole designer baby trajectory of humanity. But I think that there's also, I think it's, yeah, a more organic way forward than using BCI implants for that specifically. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I also agree with this. Designer babies could be an issue and increase class disparities. Yeah. And so can BCI. Like, obviously, BCI is going to be these chips are going to be super expensive. Either way, every single new technology is going to have class disparities in the same way that every single technology always has in the past, and then it eventually became accessible to everyone. That's always how technologies come out. There's medicines right now that only are accessible to the upper class, and soon they'll be accessible to everyone. There's medicines in the past that have only been accessible to some people, and now they're accessible to everyone. There's, things like bicycles, which used to be like, oh, fancy, you and your bicycle. Now, like, kind of everyone can have a bicycle. iPhones, whatever. Like, all of these things were first something for the elite, and now something for everyone. Even something just like the concept of food security, that used to be something that was associated with the wealthy, and now most people have food security. Even the criteria for which we judge food security has changed. Like, I think statistically, food security is now qualified as like not knowing where or when you'll get your next meal, which is obviously a problem. We want people to know when and where they're getting their next meal. I'm not saying that this isn't a problem we should strive to solve, right? But like, food insecurity does not mean you're starving anymore. It just doesn't. There's so many people who in America are categorized whenever, we do our sociology studies of food insecurity as like having food insecurity, and they are not underweight. They might even be average or like healthy weight or overweight. All food insecurity means is that you don't know when you're getting your next meal. Getting access to food is just not a problem in the modern day world in the same way that it used to be. Getting access to food is really only a problem if you have like, if you live in an extreme food desert, if you're in the midst of a natural disaster, or if you suffer from some kind of like drug addiction or other health problem, like if you're homeless and you like are a quadriplegic or something. Not a quadriplegic. Is that the right word? If you don't have legs and arms, or if you're otherwise severely disabled, then like, yeah, you might have a hard time getting food. But for the most part, like, we have access to food nowadays, which is awesome. The main grocery store in my city closed, and if you don't have a car, your only option is fast food or much more expensive stores. Yeah, that's rough. And that is definitely like an example of what would be called food insecurity, but it's not going to be something that causes starvation, and again, like, these are still problems that need to be solved. I'm not saying that these problems don't need to be solved. I'm just saying that our standard of living has risen so much, and that is a sign of progress and goodness, and I expect that standard to keep rising. And that's like, that's great. That's awesome. Because it means that we will prioritize always progress. And that's great. You can go for a long time without food but not water. True. I would honestly take anything that would let me live more, live much longer than I would normally. I'm not afraid of death. I find it frustrating. Imagine you'll die someday, and you'll miss all the great things that will happen later. All the scientific discoveries, the first colonies on another world, the great people, all those things will happen and you won't be there to witness it. The simple thought of missing that irritates me so much. That's fair, Guanfei. That's fair. I think that's a feeling that a lot of people can empathize with. Hello, Eisen's Garden. Welcome to the chat. Prioritize progress for whom, though, might be the question. Again, all technological advancements will at first be available to people in the higher classes, and all of them, given time, will become accessible to the masses. Some of them will take more time than others. Like, probably, again, food insecurity is a great example of this. For most of human history, people in the middle to lower class truly were at risk of, like, not getting enough calories in the day, right? It's only pretty recently that that was solved. And it had to do with like mass amounts of food production. But for most of human history, the village leader, the kings, the queens, the people in the upper class never had to worry about having enough food. And then other things like comfortable clothes, good, very, very good weapons, very strong weapons. All of these things were at first only accessible to the upper class, and slowly became accessible to everyone. So when you say progress for whom, it's progress for everyone eventually. And at first, it will only be for the scientists who create it. And then it will be for the very wealthy who can afford it. And then if the technology proves to be good, and this is the bad side of being very upper class, very elite, you're also the guinea pig of society. You're getting the BCI implants first, you're taking Ozempic first, you are eating the shitty Walmart microwave meals first. You are the guinea pig. You suffer the downstream effects of these experimental technologies first, because you had access to them first. Yeah, going to Mars first, exactly. Getting on the big spaceships first, you're the guinea pigs. So, like, it's a trade-off. It is a trade-off. What I find scary about these chips is that if it becomes successful, there could be a timeline in which those are implemented at birth. Yeah, that is a timeline. And behavior could be controlled since birth. That is a timeline. I hope that's not the timeline. On one hand, maybe violence will truly end, but on the other hand, what about free will? Would that be its end? I don't know. I don't know how strong those BCI implants will be. I don't know. I don't know is the question. You're injecting your son's youthful blood into your own body in order to stay young first. Very true, Hagen. Hee watching rich people shit themselves as they tweak the Ozempic ingredients. Yeah. Do you think sacrificing free will would be a good trade-off for eliminating violence? No, I don't. I don't think that ever really would be the situation humanity is in. Where that's like the question, like, oh, should we take away everyone's free will or eliminate violence? I don't think the question is ever going to be that simple, and it's never going to be that straightforward, and no one's ever going to agree on the terms of even that question. But if you're asking it that simply. And if you're asking it that straightforwardly, no, I do not think that that would be a good trade-off. What's the point of being alive if you don't have free will? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Lobotomy bad. Exactly, and Olivia. Exactly. I don't think that we would be using BCI implants to eliminate violence. I hope not, at least. I mean, we're too ambitious. Like, the first BCI implants that are used to change human behavior are probably going to be to make us smarter, faster, stronger, more curious. If anything, they're going to make us even more Knight of Swordsy, right? Like, wanting to start shit with people in order to get progress done. And again, not everyone is going to have them, so I don't think violence is going anywhere, and I don't think people are going to be. I don't think the first wave of these behavioral BCI implants are going to be making people more subservient, because again, it's going to be for the rich and powerful. The rich and powerful don't want to be a sheep. They want to be faster, smarter, stronger, better. So if anything, they're just going to turn into, Captain America, Iron Man type dudes. Yeah, it's really minimized, but it goes so deep. Yeah, for sure. What do you think is more likely to happen first? Humans with chips being a normality, or humans living on Mars? Good question. I obviously don't have the education to know. I thought of something funny. Whenever I say, like, I'm not a doctor, I think what I want to say is, like, I'm not a doctor. I'm not even a scientist. I think that's what I want to say now. I'm not even a scientist. I need to get away from the I'm a theater major thing, because I'm not in college. I'm too old. I'm too old for that to be my joke. So I need to say, I'm not a doctor. I'm not even a scientist. But what do I think is more likely? Humans with chips being a normality, or humans living on Mars? I think I need to know more by what you mean as normality. If you mean most people living with chips, I would say humans living on Mars. If you mean someone having a BCI not being a big deal, then I would say humans with chips would come before living on Mars. 51%, I would say living on Mars. Because I think we're not too far away from the future where humans with chips isn't a big deal. Because I think that a lot of people with disabilities will have them, and a lot of people who have very specific needs or wants will have them. You know what I mean? But like these kind of multi-purpose crazy chips are that everyone will want and everyone will have, I think those are still pretty far away. I'm a YouTuber, but not like a tech YouTuber. Exactly. Honestly, I don't think it's likely we'll ever live on Mars. What about Europa? Europa. Mike Big Nova. Humans with chips will be normal in 15 years. Living on Mars is a long way away. There you go. Big Mike Nova's said it. You've changed my mind. That's all I needed. Humans with chips will be normal very soon. DNI do not... I don't know what a DNI is. A DNI wouldn't work if it's not insulated from the outside world. Oh, direct neurological interface. Is that the same thing as a BCI? What's the difference? What's the difference between a DNI and a BCI? A DNI wouldn't work if it's not insulated from the outside world, because people can inevitably hack those things. Right. Right. Diversity, nudity, and inclusion. Yes. Yo, I've seen you on YouTube. Yo, Neon18. I've seen you on YouTube. Maybe. Welcome to the chat. It would just end up being an arms race of security protocols and exploits similar to network security. Yeah. Sleepy, if you had to go to the store and get some chips right now, what kind of chips would I get? I would not get chips. Listen up. Listen with your listening ears. Focus, okay? I would get wheat thins. Tomato basil. Wheat thins. Okay. They're both the same thing, essentially, also known as neural control interface and mind-machine interface as well. Oh, thank you, Tweak Plays. You've expanded my vocabulary. I'm glad y'all approve. I'm glad y'all approve of my wheat thins pick. What's certain is that I wouldn't want any chip with a wireless connection. Give me a plug I'd hide with my hair. Ugh, that sounds horrible. I would definitely want it to be wireless. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm less freaked out about like getting hacked with a BCI, and I'm more freaked out about just it breaking or it becoming obsolete while it's in my head and screwing with my life, you know? Like, having an obsolete iPhone is like, can already be an issue. Or having an obsolete phone in general, having an obsolete whatever, is like such an issue sometimes. It makes participating in the world a problem. Having a chip in my head that I need to get a surgery to update or something is like, ugh, please, no thank you, please. I would just hope that however they're designed, the hardware is like stable for thousands of years and it's only software that needs updates. Bezos hacks your chip and makes you buy Amazon stock. If Bezos hacked all of our chips though and made us all buy Amazon stock, then we'd all be billionaires, right? Isn't that how stocks work? We would just have to hack ourselves back before really fast. Sleepy, you might need to listen to financial podcasts. I mean, if he's like buying us in at the dip and then we all pull out, or no, only I pull out at the top. I'm just saying, sounds like I won. How would getting an MRI with one of those work? I don't know. That's a pyramid scheme. Look, blame Jeff Bezos. I'm not the bad guy here. I'm not. Jeff Bezos did this. I'm trying to take what I can from the absolute violation of being brain hacked by Jeff Bezos. Okay? This is not my sin. Jeff and his evil laugh. Yeah. It's so creepy. Take back what Bezos stole from you. If only. If only. Bezos hasn't stolen anything from me. But every Amazon warehouse worker, every Amazon driver, okay? You deserve better. You deserve better. If you're in the chat, if you're behind the wheel of an Amazon van right this second listening to the stream, let me just tell you, I have so much respect for you. Sometimes I think in a past life I was a trucker. And I have so much honor and respect for you, and you deserve so much better. And I wish you the best road snacks and the best pit stops, and I hope that the weather treats you well and the roads are safe, okay? Who's the most uncanny villainaire? Jeff, Elon, Mark, or Bill? Mark. 100% Mark. Mark is so uncanny. Because, like, Jeff is kind of trying to brand himself as, like, just a husband, just a dude. Obviously a villain, but, like, whatever. He's not uncanny, except for when he laughs. Elon is so interesting. He doesn't strike me as a villain. He strikes me as a complicated man on the wrong side of the conflict. Elon reminds me a little bit of King Taravangian. I haven't finished the series. I haven't finished the series, but Elon Musk kind of gives me I think that's his name, right? King Taravangian vibes in it's not called Sword Art Online. Someone help me. The Cosmere series, it's not just called The Way of Kings. The Stormlight Archive. Elon, a uniquely lucky dumbass. Right. Thank you, Felby, yes. Cute name. Felby. The Sword Art Archives, yeah. And yeah, so Jeff is, like, weird but not uncanny. Elon is complicated. Bill Gates is also complicated. Bill, who could I compare Bill to? Bill is also kind of a Taravangian, but for different reasons. Taravangian. Someone who I think is just, like, caught on the wrong side. But yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is, like, actually, like, so uncanny. Like, even his face, like, everything about him is so uncanny. He scares me. Bezos is a poser. He has a multi-million-dollar car collection. He's not the only guy he used to be. Oh, I absolutely agree. I'm just saying he's not, like, uncanny. Because when I think uncanny, I think, like, uncomfortable, weird, icky, creepy, you know? Bezos is, like, bad, but he feels like a villain. It's like, yeah, he's a proper villain. He's what I would expect from a villain, is, like, what Bezos is. Mark is disturbing, though. Mark almost makes me feel bad because he's a villain who looks like a villain. It's almost, like, problematic. Because Mark Zuckerberg is, like, a Grimm Brothers villain. It's like, I feel bad about you being the villain because you look and act like one, and you feel like one, and you're making me have prejudices against people who look weird because you're you're doing the thing and it's freaky. Elon and Jordan Peterson right there in the same sleepy basket. Jordan Peterson is in a different basket. But I do think that they are both well-intentioned. But I think Jordan Peterson is much smarter than Elon Musk. But Jordan Peterson is way more neurotic. I don't know. Jordan Peterson has too much of a old man archetype to be in the exact same basket. But yeah, they're definitely both in a complicated basket for me, and not in like a villain basket. Sleepy, even harder question. Which one would be the most normal to you, with whom you could be buddies? Look, Verone. Look. I'm a Virgo. I could be buddies with any of them. But I would probably go home and feel like afterwards. I'm high in agreeableness. The Zuck is the creepy assistant to the villain that somehow is even more evil and creepier than the main villain. Dude, so true. That's actually such a good characterization. So true. Gates is the most down-to-earth, and most of that stems from his philanthropy and his very small displays of wealth. I will agree with that. I think Gates is the most pure of them all. He's not pure, but I think he is the least villainous. Yeah. I have an old antique advertisement, and I swear up and down one of the kids in the advertisements looks like Mark Zuckerberg. It's possible. Always possible. I think they might have once been well-intentioned, but they both just suck now. I think they're still well-intentioned. I really do. I really do. I have so much faith. I have so much faith in man, let me tell ya. Don't even get me started on my faith in women, okay? That guy Larry. Thank you for your tip. Thank you so much. I would love to give you a reading. Let's see what the cards have for Larry. Larry. What do the cards have for Larry? We have the Queen of Cups, the Seven of Pentacles, the Seven of Pentacles, and the Six of Wands. Queen of Cups, Seven of Pentacles, and the Six of Wands. Okay, this feels like family ties, Larry. A lot of love in a family. A lot of success within a family. Hi from Jason Waterfalls. Hello, Jason Waterfalls. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. But yeah, Larry, I think that there's a lot of love inside of your family right now, and a lot of celebration of one another's success, and a lot of I think there's a feeling of catharsis within the family of like, wow, the lessons that we have taught one another through the generations are paying off now. Our past and our legacy has led us to this moment of togetherness and achievement. So there's just this really strong feeling of legacy and like a very healthy confidence and pride coming through. And togetherness, again, a big theme of togetherness. Oof, but then our next card is a Seven of Swords. That's kind of spooky. Why is that in there? Someone in the room, it might be you, Larry, it might be someone else, I'm not sure. But someone in the room feels like a cheat, okay? Someone feels like an imposter. And they might be an imposter. Maybe someone did something dishonorable, and they know that they did something dishonorable and no one else knows it. But there's someone with a secret, okay? There's someone with a dark secret, and it's specifically a secret that contributed to the achievement. A secret that contributed to the success that everyone is celebrating, and everyone is having all of these positive feelings about it. And there's someone in the room who's like, no one knows about the dark side of this story except for me. No one knows about the dark side of this story except for me. Very interesting. Let's get an oracle card as well. For Larry. Boundless. Very interesting. So I get the sense that this is, ironically, this dark side to the success is part of the legacy, but it's like the shadow of the legacy that no one talks about, and a lot of people don't know even about, and it's something that happens generationally. That someone sacrifices honor for the sake of the family's achievement and success. And I think that is it's a bad thing in isolation, but it's also like very intrinsic to the human story. It's the bad that's wrapped into the good. It's how all of us have a shadow. It's the questions of how there's, what is the word I'm looking for? The lack, it's how like quantum physics and the Einstein's feeling of relativity feel like they should both be true, but they contradict one another. And so many of the sciences and so many of the world stories and the world sciences feel like they contradict each other. Almost every science, when you research far enough into their fundamentals, you'll find a contradiction. You'll find some kind of dialectic. You'll find some kind of like, oh, this is where we're stuck. This is where we're stuck, isn't it? And so even though it's kind of like a bad thing, it's also like part of the truth of humanity and part of the tale of unwinding humanity and discovering the universe and discovering where we fit into it. I think your family is a family of honor and integrity and togetherness. And there's this dark shadow that always appears generationally. And part of the story of your family moving into the future is going to be the gradual unveiling, understanding of that shadow, and perhaps the embracing of it and understanding it as not something to be ashamed of, but something that can actually gain integrity, something that can be solved and ordered and made beautiful once it's part of the system rather than opposed to the system. But overall, I mean, this is a family reading, and it's mostly about success and love, and the celebration of legacy. Success, love, the celebration of legacy, with a spooky little shadow. Spooky little lurking shadow that's just popping up to say, hi, by the way, nothing's perfect. Hey, 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 remember, nothing's perfect and things can always go wrong. Tee-hee-hee. But it's okay, we'll legacy and honor and integrity our way through it again next time. But tee-hee, nothing's perfect. LOL. And that's what it's doing. And that's going to be kind of the story of forever. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed. And I hope that it resonated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The quantum gravity problem? Is that what they're calling it now? I don't know. And that's the thing about effing fate. If we don't surpass, annihilate the trauma, we do not break away. So true. Alright, my friends, what shall we name this stream? What shall we name this stream? We've covered some pretty fun topics. We've also done a lot of tarot. So I think I should definitely put tarot in the title. We did do astrology history a little bit. Tarot, Neuralink, Tarot, Neuralink, Gym, more gym, God, the gang, Billy G, the Zuck, Overlord Bezos, Mr. Tweet Elon, Mr. Tweet Elon, oh my god, I love these names. BCIs is what I jumped on post-range practice. Yeah, BCIs is Neuralink. Tarot, Neuralink, Tarot. I don't really want to call it astrology history because we kind of talked about different schools of astrology, but I didn't actually talk about astrology history that much. Tarot, Futurism. Let's just do tarot, Futurism, and Neuralink. How's that? Tarot, Futurism, and Neuralink? Maybe Futurism and Neuralink is too similar. Tarot, astrology, lore, Futurism. Tarot, astrology, lore, Futurism. How about that? Futurism, mysticism, and capitalism. Honestly, that would be a good, that's like an artistic title. Absolutely. But for a listing the specific topics, I'm gonna go with this one. But in an artistic sense, I like your title much better, Luigi Prime. Definitely. Okay, who will we read? Who will we read? Who will we read? Who will read? Y'all want to watch Riley Rose do some pixel art? I think she's making a cowboy hot dog. Cowboy hot dog? Y'all wanna whip it? What? Cowboy hot dog? Sorry. Let's go watch Cowboy Hot Dog. Thank you for joining me tonight, my friends. It's been very fun. I can't wait to see y'all again sooner rather than later. Good night. 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 Good